Well, good afternoon, everyone, or maybe good morning or evening, depending where you're joining us from. Welcome here to the Launchpad and our live continuous coverage of the Starliner OFT rendezvous and docking at the International Space Station. We are T-minus 4 hours, 6 minutes, 35 seconds, and counting until the expected soft capture of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station docking adapter. If it's your first time here, welcome here at the Launchpad. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow because we believe that space is better together. So take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. If it's your first time here, let us know that as well. Might give you a shout out. Here at the Launchpad, we cover all launches, dockings, undockings, splashdowns, press events, exclusive interviews, and so much more. So make sure you have engaged that subscribe button and help us out by engaging the like button. We're going to dive right in. If you have been following along with Starliner and the adventures it has had already since launch yesterday, a beautiful launch at a Cape Canaveral Space Force Station during its orbital insertion burn, crews did detect that there was an issue with a couple of the thrusters on board the Starliner spacecraft. They confirmed that 2 out of the 12 main thrusters that are used to complete the burns of Orion for increasing its orbital insertion, its increasing orbit, and for its deorbit burn did fail, confirming that one thruster started, failed immediately, a second thruster picked up, burned for 25 seconds, and then failed, and a third thruster took over and then completed the orbital insertion burn. There are 12 of these thrusters on board Starliner, 3 in each doghouse or block, and 2 of the 3 in this one doghouse were the ones that failed. But crews were hoping that while docked to the station, they may be able to do some testings and possibly recover these other thrusters. If not, they are still able to manage, and even if that third one in this one doghouse were to fail, they are going to be able to continue on with their mission. Now, through the evening, we have heard that teams have maybe been working some other issues, but just moments ago, we did hear that Station to Ground called up to the International Space Station and confirmed that they have had a go to continue with the Starliner approach. The mission managers confirming that. So Starliner is set to begin its 4-hour rendezvous procedures to the International Space Station, which is great news for it. We have just also now had an update that Boeing confirming here that they will be proceeding with today's docking. As for the OMAC thrusters, which we talked yesterday, the teams have concluded that a chamber drop in pressure caused the cutoff. With the redundancies, it does not pose a risk for the rest of the flight test. So that is great news to hear there, that they are not concerned about these thrusters at all, and finally getting an update from Boeing themselves. We are going to be staying live here through all of the docking. You're looking at a live location of the International Space Station and 2 live views from the ISS. Looking out, these cameras will possibly be adjusted by the crew on the ISS to give us a view of Starliner's approach. We are expecting NASA and Boeing to begin their live docking coverage in the next about 25 minutes or so. So when that begins, we will be patching that in as well. But we're here to answer your guys' questions and thoughts on Starliner. Let us know what you think of Starliner so far in the chat. And if you have a question, you can send that in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad in some part of your question. Flags it in our end, so I'm able to see those and answer those live. But if you're just joining us, Starliner is go to continue and begin its final rendezvous and docking procedures. It's going to take about 4 hours from now until we expect it to have a soft capture confirmed. They will be rendezvousing with the International Space Station then. It is a slow process, and we'll be taking you step by step through that and staying live this entire time. If you haven't yet, though, take a moment, engage that like button. It really does help us out. Helen, thank you so much for becoming a VIP spectator. We appreciate your support there. Great to have you here. If you guys like what we do, you can hit that join button and get access to some of our exclusive emojis, but also on our Discord, which any of you are welcome to join. We are hanging out in live comms, and you're able to join us in there. You will be able to hang out with us in live comms, but if you're a member, you get behind the scenes access, early access, and things like that. So definitely take a moment and check that out there. But Michael Antonio asking, why is the spacecraft having so many issues? It is a new spacecraft, so that's just something that is expected. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's just expected within new spacecrafts. Lunar's asking, do you think Starliner could be used as a cargo vehicle to Gateway? Once Vulcan's operational, maybe, but we'll wait to see what happens. If you haven't yet, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. We are listening in to live comms of the ground to space station, and they will patch in the Boeing team when they begin their rendezvous procedures here in the next about 20 minutes or so. So sit back, relax, send in those questions. You're watching our live rendezvous and docking coverage right here on the launch pad.
Good afternoon from Starliner Mission Control in Houston. Thanks for joining us for today's first rendezvous and docking of Boeing's Starliner spacecraft with the International Space Station. I am Boeing's Steven Seisloff, and with me is NASA's Gary Jordan.
That's right, Steve. It's good to be here.
In a few minutes, we're going to go across the hall to the International Space Station Flight Control Room for a look at today's activities from that perspective. Needless to say, there will be a lot going on, and we will bring it to you as it happens, some 265 miles above the Earth. At this moment, Starliner is about 54 kilometers away from the International Space Station. It is below and behind the orbiting laboratory. There are not any crew members aboard Starliner today for this orbital flight test. The mission began almost 24 hours ago at Cape Canaveral, Florida, with a liftoff aboard a United Launch Alliance Atlas V. Since then, Starliner has been steadily raising its orbit on a precisely timed course to connect to the International Space Station in a little bit more than 3 hours' time.
That's right, Steve. The Starliner just conducted a plane change burn, so it's getting a little closer to the station. We're expecting another burn coming up here in a little more than 3 minutes to do the same thing. And we just got the go from the International Space Station flight control teams that they are go for joint operations. And we'll talk about that when we get a little bit closer to the International Space Station. But this is a game of precise timing, like you said, and so far the burns that have been conducted up to this point have been looking good.
And while a lot of the attention is on the navigation sensors and the thrusters that are steering the spacecraft today, engineers are also monitoring the active thermal control system on Starliner to make sure it maintains stable cooling on the rest of this journey today. This is the first time teams have had a chance to do a lot of in-depth work with the spacecraft while on orbit. They're getting a sense of what kind of pump pressures and temperatures to expect of Starliner's cooling loops, which radiates heat generated by the avionics, the thrusters, and other systems, and controls interior cabin temperatures. The system has proven to be very efficient at cooling. Ecom is the flight controller here who is watching over the cooling loops today, and his eyes and ears will be on this system, and the flight director will be getting periodic updates. Ecom is making manual adjustments to the cooling system that would normally be automated. If the control team were to get into a situation where the cooling loops were in an out of range position, we can hold at any time today in the rendezvous and docking. This is all part of the learning process for operating Starliner in orbit. And the bottom line, we have a very flexible timeline today as we head to the International Space Station. So far, the navigation system has been doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and we are on track to proceed toward the ISS with first contact planned for 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. East Coast Time.
You're getting a look at the inside of the white flight control room. Teams in this room here are monitoring the Boeing Starliner. We just got confirmation that this team is also go for integrated operations with the International Space Station coming up after a couple of these burns. Of course, the next milestone that we have coming up is in less than a minute. It is called an NHPC-2 burn. This is a plane change burn to, again, incrementally raise the altitude of the Starliner, getting closer to the International Space Station. Just in the short amount of time that we've been talking, Steve, we've covered more than 10,000 meters or 10 kilometers. So we are getting much closer, and this burn will continue to do just that. And that burn, again, is coming up in about 20 minutes, or 20 seconds, rather.
Station on 2 for SSC 15.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, the CST docking monitor for WIF 16 appears to be frozen. Time and frame are not incrementing, and it's got a red border.
And Shell, thanks for bringing that to our attention. We are working a WIF 16 problem, so we think it has to do with that. Let us keep working on that, but you can press on.
Okay, sounds good, thanks. Step 5.4 in the CST monitoring setup. The PCSR POP and SSCs are configured for vehicle monitoring, aside from the one with.
And as Starliner works its way through orbit, it does have the attention of flight controllers here in Houston and engineers around the country. It also has the attention of 7 people who are already on orbit, the crew of the International Space Station. Here at Starliner Mission Control, Flight Director Ed Van Cise gave his go, as Gary noted a couple of minutes ago, to begin integrated ops with the ISS team. That basically means that the Starliner and the International Space Station flight controllers will make their decisions together as they move through this rendezvous and docking process. You're going to hear the word choreography a lot today because all of this is very carefully planned out, all the motions of the Starliner spacecraft, the exact path it will follow as it moves from its current position behind and below the space station up to eventually getting slightly in front of the space station and pulling into the docking port at the forward end of the Harmony node.
Now we do have a good NHPC2 burn, and so they're tracking good performance of that burn. Starliner on a good trajectory. That's one of the last burns outside of the integrated operations before we do what's called a TPI burn, a terminal phase initiation. That gets us really within the vicinity of the International Space Station, but that NHPC2 burn gets us just incrementally closer. The next one coming up is in almost 2.5 minutes, is called an NSRPC burn, and that one gets us in the same co-elliptic plane as the International Space Station, really just flying right underneath and a little bit behind, but ultimately in the same phase. We did have the go for integrated operations. They'll do another go, no-go pull to make sure that they can cross into the approach ellipsoid, that outer sphere that you see on this graphic here, and then they'll do some incremental burns to get closer to the International Space Station. You can see they're called inbound fly-around maneuvers until we get into the approach corridor. We're going to be seeing a couple of demonstrations of the Starliner as we get within the approach corridor. You can see a couple of the milestones there on the right. It includes a 250-meter hold and another 200-meter hold. That 250 hold will be commanded by Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines, who are setting up some of their monitoring equipment. That's some of the space-to-grounds that you were hearing a little bit earlier. They're getting some of the systems set up in preparation for that. They're going to test the command capability from the International Space Station while it's in a safer zone, the 250-meter.
Houston Space Ground 2 for Kjell and command test.
With you on 2.
Hey, Kjell, we are go for you to perform the space-to-space command test in step 1 of 1.102. That's the CST approach and retreat monitoring dynamic overlays.
Okay, copy that. You're ready for step 1 and 1.102. Stand by.
Good read.
So speaking of demos, that's word from the International Space Station that they are getting ready for what we've set up as Demo 4, that is space-to-space commanding. That's basically proving that the crew of the International Space Station can send commands back and forth between the space station and the Starliner spacecraft, and that the Starliner spacecraft will do what it's supposed to. This is not a very challenging command to execute. It is simply turning the lights on and off aboard Starliner. But that is enough to show that the communications link is good and that the two spacecraft are speaking to each other.
So it'll be sort of flickering the high beams on the Starliner. That'll be good. Now we did hear a little bit before.
Command has been sent, and the PCS shows the docking light is on.
Houston copies, and we confirm the docking light is on.
Thank you.
And hearing from the crew there that demo has gone well. Starliner has passed its test, and the space station astronauts can indeed command the Starliner vehicle. That's an important demonstration. Again, we're about a little more than 3 hours away from the docking, but from that first opportunity, I should say. But we are looking at these demo opportunities coming up, and it's
Going 2.
HL, you saw in your caution warning sum that 2 suppressed alarms came up for the CST RAIU. We do not anticipate that's an issue. We think it's just a mismatch. And for the prop thermal fault, that is just things getting a little bit warm. We're learning about the vehicle.
Okay, copy. I see you both of those. Thanks for the heads up.
So the crew going through their steps to make sure that they're prepared for the oncoming approach monitoring, and of course.
Station Houston on 2 for Kjell. With the docking light coming on, we can confirm a good command link between ISS and CST. You can expect docking lights to be turned back off shortly.
Okay, we copy. Thanks.
All right, so that what you just heard was the verification from the ground teams you see here in the white flight control room. We're monitoring the Starliner and its systems on board. That's a good command link with the Starliner. Now that test, that demonstration of flickering the high beams, the lights on the Starliner spacecraft, is verifying that good command link, and of course we'll verify it a little bit closer when the Starliner is about 250 meters right in front, really, of the International Space Station. That same command link, they'll actually send a command hold, verifying that capability exists. But with a good command link, that's a good demonstration and a good milestone passed as we approach the next major milestone, which really is the NSRPC burn coming up in about 16 minutes. That's going to get us again in the same co-elliptic phasing as the International Space Station.
And these burns that are coming up are being done with the OMAC engines, with those orbiting maneuver and control engines. There's 20 of them on the Starliner spacecraft, each producing about 1,500 pounds of thrust. And they give the spacecraft quite a kick. Of course, because there's 20, there's plenty of redundancy built into it. There's a big set of smaller thrusters, 28 thrusters in all, called reaction control system thrusters. Those are 100-pound class thrusters, give or take. And they make fine adjustments to the spacecraft. That's basically for maneuvering close to the International Space Station, and it was kind of pointing the spacecraft. It'll speed it up and slow it down by a little bit, but with these maneuvers that are going on, that's really the domain of the larger thrusters, those OMAC thrusters. So what you're going to see is outside the approach ellipsoid with these burns that are coming up. Gary just mentioned the NSRPC, raising the orbit and closing in on the space station. Again, that's the work of the OMACs, and the RCS is going to keep everything pointed the way it's supposed to. And then when we get close, especially inside the approach ellipsoid, when you start the inbound fly around burns, that's all going to be the work of the RCS. So fascinating work that the prop officers and the guidance and navigation, and of course the rendezvous officer, are all working today. So it takes a team of people and a lot of different systems on the spacecraft, but so far so good.
So far, so good indeed. Those OMACs have been performing as expected. The teams have been tracking a good trajectory for Starliner. So we've been using those OMACs. They've been performing well. And Steve, as you mentioned, the NSRPC will use those OMACs. As you mentioned, though, once we get into that sphere, that's really where we rely on those smaller thrusters, those fine-tuned maneuvers. It'll be those thrusters that the Starliner itself will use whenever these commanded holds are in place, and then of course the maneuvers themselves, including the inbound fly around. But there's also another major milestone that we'll see once we're inside the approach ellipsoid in that joint operations phase. We talked about the commanded hold a little bit, that 250 meters. There's another one, that inner zone closer to the space station called the keep out sphere. They're going to try out a maneuver where they're going to try to get Starliner to cross the keep out sphere without it being programmed to be go. In that scenario, the Starliner should automatically retreat outside of the keep out sphere, and that'll be one of the final demonstrations that we see before we get that approach corridor initiation burn to push in and head towards docking.
And you can really think about those two zones in a bit of a sporting sense, because you have the shape of the American football as the approach ellipsoid, and of course the world football, or soccer football here in America, is the shape of that keep out sphere. So it's probably the only bit of sports we'll be talking today, but it does kind of give an impression of that zone that Starliner and ISS will fly during today's maneuvers. So we're closing in on 10 minutes before the next burn, burn to raise the orbit of Starliner. That's the NSRPC burn. And we mentioned that although, again, no crew on board Starliner for this orbital flight test 2, there are people aboard the International Space Station, of course, have been for more than 20 years. And NASA's Leah Cheshire is over across the hall in ISS Flight Control Room 1. Leah, how are things looking over there?
Hey, Steve, it's looking pretty good over here. The International Space Station is currently flying just southeast of New Zealand as Starliner makes its way to the orbital laboratory. Now, while there is no crew aboard Starliner, like you mentioned, we do have the crew on the International Space Station currently monitoring. There are the 7 astronauts closely involved in the operations, and it's been a busy time for them aboard the station over the last several weeks, as always, including with the departure and splashdown of Crew 3 about 2 weeks ago, and the arrival of Crew 4 the week before that. Currently living aboard the space station are NASA's Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, ESA, or the European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Korsakov, Oleg Artemyev, and Denis Matveev. Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines took some time recently to practice with the software used to monitor Starliner's arrival, and you've been hearing the voice of Kjell Lindgren speaking with the Capcom, the capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston as they discuss the vehicle and its arrival. Now, Lindgren and Hines will be primed to monitor the spacecraft, and they'll also help the team test out some of those planned demos that we have discussed and we will discuss a little more later. This is a live look inside the flight control room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This team is monitoring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, as those astronauts and cosmonauts have lived aboard the station in different increments for the past 21 plus years. Your flight director today is Vincent LaCourte. He is monitoring all of the operations here on the ground.
Power cable.
Go ahead, Sam.
Seems that the laptop power cable that goes into my CQ, where I have my personal SSC plugged in, is not working. I'm not able to charge the laptop anymore with it. The cobalt brake is on, but the laptop is not charging, although it's plugged in.
Okay, Sam, we copy. Station Houston on 2 for Sam and your laptop cable. Hey, Sam, if you could just check the cable, make sure there is no damage on it, and the easy solution here is just find a spare, and if you need us to direct you to a location for a spare, let us know.
So I noticed that there is one in the lab, and there's also one in the jam that are free, so I could grab one of those. I don't see any obvious damage on the power cable, but I did try to plug in the laptop on other power cables, and it charged normally, so I think the problem is the cable.
Okay, we copy, and we don't have a preference on which spare cable you grab. Just give us the serial number once you do grab it.
Okay, thank you.
And that voice you heard calling down from the International Space Station was European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. As a reminder, we've got 7 astronauts and cosmonauts still working on other various tasks, including scientific research aboard the International Space Station. She was talking with Capcom, or Capsule communicator Rob Hayhurst, here in Houston. We have one Capcom in Houston, and that helps us streamline communication to the crew. That way they're only speaking with one voice from the ground rather than everyone operating on the various systems. Now, as you heard earlier, the teams here reported they were go for integrated operations.
For Jessica.
And those integrated operations will begin once the Starliner spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid. We also call that the AE, and it's an invisible...
Hey, Jessica, sorry about that. I'll let you into handover. Regarding the half CTB 1363, we're tracking on the ground. It is in the Node 1 overhead 4 location. If you could check the adjacent lockers or anywhere in the overhead 4 rack, we are thinking you will find it there.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep checking. Thank you.
Hayhurst now speaking with NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins on her first flight to the International Space Station. And to his right is NASA astronaut Sunita Williams. She is a Starliner systems expert and was just in Kennedy Space Center in Florida yesterday, watching the launch along with her colleagues. She's made her way back to Mission Control Houston to help monitor the mission. Now we have gotten a look inside the room here at Mission Control Houston, right across the hall from where Starliner is being monitored at Johnson Space Center. I'm going to send it back to Steve and Gary because I know we're coming up on another burn that we will not want to miss.
Thank you so much, Leah. Looks great over there. I know the room is in really good shape over here. Pretty quiet. The launch controllers just report the flight controller, sorry, just reported that Starliner is in good configuration for the NSRPC burn that is coming up. That's going to take place in 1 minute and 30 seconds from now. Starliner looking at in a position to again speed up relative to the International Space Station and raise its orbit. All of this is carefully planned, and all of these maneuvers are to keep Starliner on its precise path as the International Space Station moves along on its own orbit, of course. Starliner is currently just under 15 kilometers from the International Space Station, closing in at a rate of 5.8 meters per second.
That's right. Things are trending good. We got reports here in Mission Control that the Starliner itself is in a good configuration, ready for that NSRPC burn. Coming up in just about 30 seconds. Again, this particular burn will get the Starliner co-elliptic with the International Space Station. It's currently below and behind the station. As it rides co-elliptic, it'll slowly catch up, getting closer from behind until it's pretty close to right underneath. But before that, it'll execute the terminal phase initiation. 3 seconds from burn.
Prop reports burning. Mac engines performing well. Rendezvous reports good NSRPC burn. So Starliner remains on course for docking with the International Space Station.
Good words from the flight control teams here. So with a good NSRPC burn, the Starliner now flying co-elliptic right underneath the International Space Station, and behind you can see this plot graph right where the circles are on the top left. That's where we're going. The International Space Station. So as it slowly catches up, right now 14, almost close to 15, just under 15 kilometers from the International Space Station. We did get confirmation that even at 15 kilometers...
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
And go for station.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that Starliner had a good NSRPC burn, and from Starliner's cameras, we are seeing ISS.
Awesome, we're waving. Can you see us?
Almost.
Great news. That's really good to hear. We're getting squared away up here and ready to catch her.
You just heard from the International Space Station. That was the voice of NASA astronaut Bob Hines. He and Kjell Lindgren have the duty for the monitoring duties of Starliner's approach to the International Space Station, joyously confirming that he can see the Starliner. So we got a tally-ho from the International Space Station. From this room, you can sort of see it, but there is a VESTA system. It's an optical system. We'll address that a little later as we get close to some of the demos on what that system does, but it's an optical navigation system. It too is seeing the International Space Station. On the front board here on the left, you can sort of see the outline of the International Space Station right at the center of some of those images. That yellow dot, that's the International Space Station from those VESTA systems. So both are looking at each other, both are waving, everything looking good after that NSRPC burn.
We see that Starliner has moved within 14 kilometers of the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed to the International Space Station, of only 4.7 meters per second. Of course, moving at an orbital speed relative to Earth, 17,500 miles an hour, Mach 25. And today's orbital rendezvous, getting up to that speed, was set in motion a little bit more than 21 hours ago at Cape Canaveral with a brilliant afternoon liftoff from Space Launch Complex 41. That is the Slick 41. That is the launch pad used by United Launch Alliance, and it is outfitted for the needs of a human-rated spacecraft like Starliner. Took only 11 minutes for the powerful Atlas V booster to power Starliner to that orbital velocity, put it on course to track to the International Space Station.
We have confirmation of a good MET epic timer on Starliner.
Atlas executed its roll program.
So we saw some great views from the rocket as it ascended away from that seaside launch pad there at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That was yesterday evening. It's going to be just a little bit more than 24 hours after that that Starliner has its first opportunity to dock to the International Space Station.
Mach 1, Atlas V and Starliner are now supersonic.
And again, looking back, that's a camera aboard the Atlas V rocket, looking back at the solid fuel boosters, helping out. That launch was timed just like these rendezvous and docking procedures are timed very carefully. That launch was timed to coincide with the time frame that the International Space Station was, that its orbital plane was in line, in perfect alignment with the launch site. And as you can see, Starliner ascending through the clouds. That view of Earth was actually some of the first that the Starliner system saw as they were calibrating their cameras and their sensors. Of course, Space Station was at that point too far away to see firsthand by the spacecraft, so they were just looked at those clouds. Of course, there we saw the solid rocket, solid fueled booster fall away.
It was a beautiful flight, Steve, all the way up until the spacecraft separated from the top of the Atlas V rocket. Shortly afterwards, it performed an orbital insertion burn to get it into an orbit, and then another burn, and that set up the vehicle to start its series of demonstrations. Now, we've been noting a couple of demonstrations throughout our coverage so far, and we're actually able to verify over space-to-ground good space-to-space commanding from the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. But shortly after the Starliner got into orbit, it performed two demonstrations. One was an attitude hold with its reaction control system thrusters. These small thrusters just verified that the pointing and and the LVLH attitude, meaning it found the horizon of the Earth itself and was able to perform an attitude hold maneuver. It performed that demonstration very well, and then it also performed a demonstration of some of the abort burns, some practice burns that would be used just in case there were an abort scenario. The preliminary data on that looks good. However, the teams after the conclusion of OFT2 will take a look at that data to verify the performance of those two demonstrations. But again, those demonstrations, at least in a preliminary sense, looked pretty good.
And of course, our friends on that Atlas launch team, wonderful work. And Starliner is the first human-rated spacecraft that the Atlas line of launch vehicles has put into space since the earliest days when Atlas rockets were used to launch the likes of John Glenn and Scott Carpenter and the Mercury 7 astronauts.
So we're back with you with live coverage. These views coming from the International Space Station. It's currently just west off the coast of South America, about to cross probably the left border of, or the western border of Colombia, and head on a northeastern track over to the Caribbean. It's actually the western border of Peru, now currently over Peru, and again on a northeastern track.
And the Starliner flight control team is about 8 minutes and 20 seconds away from a go, no-go for the next burn, the terminal phase initiation burn. So we are keeping track on that. The burn itself will take place a little bit over 13 minutes from now. Starliner is just under 12 kilometers away from the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed, a closing speed of about 4.5 meters per second. And Boeing's Jim Chilton talked a little bit about some of the work that goes into making Starliner a spacecraft that can dock itself rather than being installed on an ISS port, as cargo craft are handled. And he spoke with us recently about some of that effort going into the Starliner program.
The difference between berthing and docking is when you're berthing, and this is what cargo vehicles do, you fly up close to the space station, and then the flight crews on the space station grapple you with one of the robotic arms and bring you in. Docking is different. Historically, crews fly for docking. Our first mission is autonomous docking, so for our technical teams, it has to really be right. We've learned how to fly in space by working with NASA, no question about that. But when you look at Starliner, she is a product of Boeing.
look at some of the inside, some of the thinking that and the work that went into Starliner. Of course, Jim Chilton there representing the whole Starliner team. Nobody does this kind of thing by themselves. It takes a lot of work by a lot of people. And you know, we talk a lot about the machine today. We talk a lot about the guidance system, the thrusters, everything that goes into making a spacecraft work, and you know, very exciting stuff. But you know, ultimately, like Jim was saying there, you know, this is really a story of people. Space exploration is done for the benefit of people, and you know, it takes a lot of work. And one of the people that is kind of in the spotlight today is Starliner's flight director, and that is Ed Van Cise. And he is at the helm here in Houston. He is NASA's 78th flight director. He was also the original orbital flight director for OFT-1. Along with the entire flight control team, Ed is responsible for the operations and safety of the International Space Station, Starliner's human spaceflight mission, and the safety of the crew. And he has the final say as the flight director when anything unexpected comes up. Ed's call sign is Carbon Flight. You'll find that he's very active on Twitter under that name. Ed has a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Michigan and is a frequent lecturer for many human spaceflight operations classes at Texas A&M. And outside of this, he has more than 8,900 hours on console in mission control, 6,000 of which have been as a flight director. Ed's also co-authored a number of space-related books, including a college textbook. And one more quick fun fact, back in 1981, he was just 13 years old, and Ed went to space camp. And as the 78th flight director for NASA, he's now in the Space Camp Hall of Fame. And in fact, today he's missing out on a bit of a big moment for his family to be here. His daughter's graduating high school and will be attending the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. So clearly service to our country runs in the family. Ed also has a son who is wrapping up his junior year and plans to study music education after high school. And in addition to being a proud father in his role in space, Ed considers himself a kind of the family's shade tree mechanic. He told us he spends a lot of his free time working on cars in the garage, and sometimes some of the appliances that have broken in the house. Yeah, true engineer at heart, not.
That's right, Steve. He's the right man for the role. He's been plugged in with the Starliner teams here and guiding them through every step of the way. He knows the vehicle inside and out. And is fully prepared for this moment coming up for docking. Now, of course, his next major milestone as the flight director in this room is to conduct a go, no-go poll for the terminal phase initiation burn. This is a very important burn. We've been mentioning a couple of the burns throughout Starliner's ride up to the International Space Station. This particular one uses the reaction control thrusters to move from that co-elliptic plane that we've been mentioning, really following the International Space Station's orbit, but just right underneath it. Terminal phase initiation will bring it up closer to the International Space Station until it meets about the point directly right underneath it. Then we'll, of course, go through some inbound fly-arounds to maneuver right in front of the station, but this terminal phase initiation gets us inside the approach ellipsoid. Now, we've already done the go, no-go poll for the joint operations and are currently in joint operations now, but the burn that we're looking at here is number 4. You see that helps us to cross across that line and get to number 5, that inbound fly around that moves us in front of the space station. 2 inbound fly around maneuvers that get us directly in front. It's there where we'll see some of the action with some of the commanded holds and demonstrations, and then of course ultimately a docking in front of the International Space Station. In the room here, there are also Capcoms. Neil Nagata is taking the Capcom station now. He's flanked by NASA's Butch Wilmore, who, of course, is training to eventually fly aboard the Starliner spacecraft. Multiple Starliner veterans here. Butch Wilmore here in the Starliner flight control room. And then, of course, down the hall in the International Space Station flight control room, we've mentioned Sunita Williams sitting right next to the Capcom there. We're now about 10 seconds from the go, no-go for terminal phase initiation. This is where Ed Van Cise will poll the teams here in the Starliner flight control room, and we'll just stand by for the go, no-go.
Rendezvous officer reporting that the Starliner authority to proceed has been enabled for the approach ellipsoid entry. We call it ATP. It's a basically a computer keystroke. It is what it's the command that the rendezvous officer sends up to the spacecraft, and it tells the spacecraft that it's okay to perform the next maneuver and position itself for the next burn that is coming up. As we mentioned, that's going to be the TPI, the terminal phase initiation burn. That's going to be coming up in 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
You talked about
Starliner currently less than 10 kilometers to the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed, closing in on the station at 4.3 meters per second.
This is Station on 2 for OFT pre-prec.
Go ahead on 2.
Okay, so in step 2.05, the empty 10.0 CTB pantry only has 5 CTBs, not the 8 that's called out.
Okay, why do we copy that? We're checking.
TPI burn coming up in 1 minute 15 seconds. It's the terminal phase initiation burn.
Now again, we do have that go to proceed with terminal phase initiation and enter the approach ellipsoid. We are about 20 seconds away from the initiation of that burn. Confirmation from the teams here, we are burning. And the burn has stopped. Confirmation to the flight director here, we have a good terminal phase initiation burn. We're heading inside the vicinity of the International Space Station.
And our next major maneuver will be the inbound fly around 1 burn, but that we have some time.
Houston, space to ground 2 for Starliner.
Station.
Starliner has completed the TPI burn. Expect to begin the far field monitoring task shortly. In step 1 of 1.103 CST 100 far field monitoring, expect a start time of 20:42.
20:42 start time, and copy all.
So inbound fly around 1, that next burn that's coming up. Like I said, we have a little bit of time before that starts. That's a little bit more than 45 minutes from now. That does not mean that the crew on the ISS gets a break, or the flight controllers here who are watching the spacecraft carefully. But we heard a little bit from the crew there.
Now, to address the space to grounds, you heard it's Bob Hines on board the International Space Station. Rob Hayhurst is the Capcom in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. It'll be him from the ground that's talking to the crew aboard. The Capcom's here, really just learning the procedures. No one on board Starliner today, but of course the crew has some duties ahead of them. Far field monitoring. You heard coming up here. They'll be using their monitoring tool called the RPOP. It's Rendezvous Proximity Operations Panel. It's a standard panel that the space station astronauts use to monitor any visiting vehicles that are approaching the International Space Station. Starliner, of course, being one of them, but they can monitor the cargo vehicles, the Dragon vehicles, all of the different visiting vehicles that approach the International Space Station. Of course, aside from their far field monitoring task, just making sure that they have the visuals and they have a good connection through the common communications tool that provides a link between the two spacecraft. The system itself is called the C2V2 Common Communications for visiting vehicles. They'll just continue to verify the far field monitoring, and then of course we've mentioned a couple of the demonstrations that we'll perform once the Starliner itself is right in front of the International Space Station. We still have some time until we get to that moment, that inbound fly around burn. That's the next burn that will swing the Starliner in front of the International Space Station. There's 2 inbound fly around maneuvers to help us to do that. But that's not coming up for another about 42 minutes.
And while we wait for the next inbound fly around maneuver, for the first inbound fly around maneuver. Since we have a little bit of time, let's take a little bit of a closer look at the full docking profile that Starliner is going to fly today. Again, it is flying itself autonomously. It accepts inputs, of course, from the flight control team, but no astronauts on board while the ISS crew watches. And so here's a little bit of what that's going to look like.
And again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad and our live coverage of today's Starliner OFT-2 mission, the rendezvous and docking phase at the International Space Station, the first ever time a Starliner spacecraft has approached the International Space Station, and we'll hopefully see a successful docking in just over 2.5 hours from now. If you're just joining, welcome. My name is Zach. I'm founder and host here at TLP. Here at the Launchpad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and you're watching our live docking coverage. But here at TLP, we cover all the launches, dockings, undockings, splashdowns, exclusive press events, exclusive interviews, and a lot more. So if it's your first time here, let us know in the chat. Love to give you a shout out, as well as engage that subscribe button and join in the chat as we count down about 2.5 hours until docking. Starliner now entering the approach ellipsoid of the ISS, not the keep out sphere just yet, but we'll be seeing that in the near future as it begins making its way to the ISS. Now less than 14 kilometers, less than 8 miles from station. Station has eyes on the Starliner, and we hopefully will be able to see Starliner enter one of our live views here over the next little bit before it begins its circular swing around the station to line up with the docking port that it's going from. But you will be monitoring this closely. On screen now, you're watching an animation of how the approach and docking will perform, and we'll be seeing that live over the next 2.5 hours. As always, if you guys have questions, you can let us know in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we'll be answering those live. If you want to join us on our Discord, it is totally free to do so. We'll drop a link in the chat there. We're hanging out in live toms, following along with the docking procedures and talking through those and the few issues they've had with Starliner, but they are still continuing with their approach. 2 thrusters failed yesterday during the orbital insertion burn. If you want to learn more about that, head on over to our Twitter. We have a whole Twitter thread where we broke down all of that from the press event, but they're continuing. They're in control of Starliner, and we are going for that approach. And they'll be entering that approach corridor a couple hours from now. We got a couple more burns to go to bring it in there. While we wait, if you haven't yet, take a moment, check out our shop. You can pick up your space gear there today. We'll be dropping some Starliner gear over the next couple days, so make sure you keep an eye out for that as well. But if you're just joining us, welcome. You're watching our live, uninterrupted coverage of the rendezvous and docking of CST-100 Starliner as it approaches the International Space Station to dock for the very first time in history. Virginia's asking, what docking step is Starliner currently at? They just completed the burn to enter the approach ellipsoid, so that is their current burn. They've still got probably 7 or 8 more steps to go. So we still got a bit of time for that. They're going to take it slow. A number of those steps do have hold points, so the crews will likely put holds in place where they will stop and make sure how everything goes. But we want to hear from you guys in the poll. How do you think today's docking will go? We're staying positive here. We think it's going to happen, or at least successfully come home. Do you think it's going to dock the first try? Do you think it's going to dock after some delays and unexpected holds? Dock after multiple attempts? Or do you think it's going to fail to dock and just come home? We want to hear from you in the chat. Kevin's asking, what happens if a ship that enters the keep out zone has issues with the final approach that puts both the ships in danger? So once they enter that keep out zone, there are still multiple holds as they make their final approach that they will stop at. Dragon, we now see generally proceed through these positions because it's automated and they know Dragon works. But there are places, so I likely will expect we'll see Starliner stop at each of these points. And it's moving very slowly. You're talking moving less than half a meter a second in these spots, so it can use its thrusters in those points to stop itself or emergency push it away. The final chop is what they call it, is when they are hands off and the ship is going to hit the station softly for capture. That happens only in the last couple of meters, but the keep out zone is there is still movement within there, but that's a great question there. Mike's asking, where's the camera showing the Starliner approach the ISS? It hasn't come into view just yet. They are small capsules, so we might be able to see maybe some lights of it on one of the night passes, so we'll keep an eye out for that, but hopefully we'll see some views in the near future. Falcon's asking, what are the chances that Starliner becomes more reliable than SpaceX? I think highly unlikely. Dragon is automated, it's trusted, it's proven. Starliner has a lot of people convinced. We hope it works. We want redundancy. We want multiple ships, but if you were offering me a free trip to station right now, I would not board Starliner personally. I would have no question, though, in boarding a Dragon right now. But great question. Let us know what you guys feel in the chat. Do you guys trust Starliner? Would you get on board right now? Musical's asking, how long will it take to verify the pressure of Starliner and station are the same? Generally, well, we're not sure with Starliner. With Dragon, it normally is about an hour from docking to hatch open. Boeing and NASA have confirmed we will not see hatch opening until tomorrow morning, so we will be live for that tomorrow, but they're going to just dock it first, take some time, some rest, and then go for dock open tomorrow. The station has opened the first of the 3 hatches, though, so the 2 remaining hatches can't be done until dock, soft capture, hard capture, pressurization, and everything. So that's what is happening there. But you're looking at some live views there from station as they're watching for that Starliner approach to begin. If you're just joining us, you're joining us for our live coverage of Starliner's rendezvous and docking of the International Space Station. If you have questions, we're answering those in the chat by taking us at the launch pad. We'll answer some on air, some in the chat exclusively, but we're going to listen back into NASA Mission Control as we come down to T-minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting until expected soft capture of Starliner. That timeline can adjust as things go, and we'll hopefully have some live views. That looks like a live view right there of Starliner underneath the International Space Station. It's got the light on, and that is our first views of Starliner approaching the International Space Station. You're also seeing on one of our ISS views some lightning from the downward camera, so you never know what you're going to see on board the ISS view here. But stay with us right here on the launch pad for our continued uninterrupted coverage of the rendezvous and docking of the first ever Starliner to the International Space Station.
Okay, and station copies all. We're ready to start monitoring with the stopwatch, and we are standing by.
You should expect our call in about 4 minutes.
And Houston, station copies.
So this is a view of the Starliner spacecraft approaching the International Space Station. Still a little bit less than 5 kilometers away from the International Space Station. That's why it's showing as a little more than a star against the backdrop of Earth. Starliner flying below and behind the International Space Station slightly as it flies its very precise flight path up to the orbiting laboratory.
Beautiful views, Steve. We're seeing the, like you said, Starliner about 4.5 kilometers away from the International Space Station, which is flying right over the eastern border of Poland right now on a southeastern track. So it's in orbital nighttime over on that side of the globe. You're seeing some, those are thunderstorms in the back, Steve, that we're seeing from the views. These are camera views that we're getting from the outside of the International Space Station. Of course, inside is NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines, who confirmed that they have very similar views with their monitoring tools. They'll be performing, again, some demonstrations later, executing some commanding capabilities to the Starliner spacecraft.
So the International Space Station crew can see Starliner, and Starliner can see the International Space Station using its cameras and instruments aboard. Again, we are working towards a first docking opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. East Coast Time. So this view of Starliner is going to gradually get bigger and bigger the closer it gets to the space station. Starliner is currently 4.2 kilometers away from the International Space Station, closing in a little bit more than 4 meters per second. And here in the control room, we can see some of the imagery coming from the Starliner cameras, which are themselves looking at the International Space Station, looking at the signature layout of the orbital laboratory with the signature solar arrays and the pressurized modules where the crew lives, where astronauts and international crews have been living in orbit since October of 2000, since November, I should say, of 2000. But this is the first time we have seen Starliner in space operating in its preferred environment.
Station Houston on 2, ISS is in eclipse. Start stopwatch.
Station copies and starting stopwatch.
During OFT-1, Starliner did not get close enough to be seen by the International Space Station, and but this time Starliner's closing in and following its exact course. We are heading into we're still about 23, a little bit less than 23 minutes away from the go, no-go for inbound fly around 1. And the burn itself is coming up in a little bit more than 27 minutes.
So you heard NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren, who is currently conducting the far field monitoring steps. So again, this task of setting a stopwatch to follow the Starliner spacecraft, it's a safety measure and a check to verify the GPS navigation systems aboard the Starliner spacecraft, part of his far field monitoring task. When we get at the other side of the eclipse, they'll just verify that everything syncs up, and we'll proceed with the nominal timeline.
Station Houston, all looks good. Reset stopwatch.
Resetting stopwatch.
Station Houston, everything looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Station copies, resetting stopwatch.
We were just talking about Vesta, and wanted to offer you a closer look at that system as it steers Starliner through, and as it really finds helps Starliner find its way to the International Space Station.
Everything's looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Vesta is a state-of-the-art and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. The White Flight Control Room, that's the teams here monitoring the Starliner spacecraft.
Copies, resetting stopwatch.
That Vesta view is on the front left there. You see, you can sort of see the outline of the entire International Space Station, and then it's tracking the features itself of the space station, and we'll see it go through several series of different types of optical navigation as we get closer to the International Space Station. In the meantime, Kjell Lindgren is on board the International Space Station, timing some of the GPS, or he's timing the track of the Starliner spacecraft, making sure that it aligns with the GPS coordinates that are being received from the ground. Right now, the two spacecraft, the International Space Station and Starliner, are in an orbital nighttime, so they needed to do this during the eclipsed phase, which means the orbital nighttime where the sun is not shining.
Houston, all looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Setting stopwatch.
And they're doing the methodical resetting of the stopwatch to time those GPS coordinates. Steve, all this action is happening in the room right down the hall from us, the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Yep, right across the hall. That is where Leah Cheshire continues to watch over the ISS flight control team.
That's right, Steve. The International Space Station crew is monitoring Starliner's arrival from inside the space station, as you've heard that communication with the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston and Kjell Lindgren on the space station. Bob Hines is alongside him, helping with some of those steps as well. And while the spacecraft's docking profile is entirely autonomous, there are a few tasks that the crew on the space station will be remotely executing today that will allow Starliner to meet its flight test objectives for the OFT-2 mission. We've already seen one of those happen so far when Kjell Lindgren commanded Starliner's docking lights to come on, showing that they can have space-to-space commanding from the vehicle to another.
We are looking into it. Do not reset stopwatch.
Copies. Not resetting the stopwatch.
We wanted to switch. Any chance we could switch to high? I could switch our side.
Other steps that the teams will be taking today is to execute a hold command at 250 meters. That'll also be sent from the space station. A more hands-on process than the automated docking that you'll see today is known as capture and berthing. Now, this is where crew members use the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple the spacecraft when it gets closer to the station, and then turn over the controls for ground teams in Mission Control Houston to berth or attach it to the station. If you've ever watched the arrival of a resupply vehicle north of Grumman Cygnus, they use this process. So the crew has ability to command a retreat to Starliner if there are issues and the flight computer doesn't command that retreat on its own. We're testing out those capabilities by, as we mentioned earlier, turning those docking lights on and off and then executing that hold command, showing that we can send specific directions to the vehicle. And this crew's been training for Starliner's arrival while on board the space station. Some ways they do that include the approach and docking operations, emergency procedure review, as well as undocking and departure operations, and of course familiarization with contingencies.
Station, we're at 3 minutes. We have good vehicle time and frame counter on our command panel.
Good to hear, Chill, and you can reset stopwatch at this time. We are getting some data.
Okay, copy. Resetting the stopwatch.
Confirmation here from the ground to the space station that they are receiving data from Starliner to the station again. Speaking of the Capcom, we've mentioned them a couple times today. That stands for Capsule Communicator, but contrary to the name, the Capcom here, Rob Hayhurst is not actually speaking to the Boeing Starliner capsule, but to the crew on the space station instead. And this name originated when we first started flying humans to space, which were all in capsules at that time, but it stuck around, and the Capcom's job is to relay info from the ground to crew members in space, which keeps communication between as few people as possible. Again, he's joined to the right today by NASA astronaut Sunny Williams. She's a Starliner systems expert as well and was able to watch the launch yesterday alongside her fellow astronauts Butch Wilmore and Mike Fink. And standing there in the center of your screen is Flight Director Vincent Lacourt. He's gathering all of the data from teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and keeping tabs on the space station and in close communication with the room right across the hall where we have Gary and Steve, which is the room controlling Boeing Starliner.
Radars have acquired and the far field monitoring activity is complete.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you. Station's discontinuing timing at this time.
Use copies. Thanks for the help.
Good news indeed that the far field monitoring test is complete, and those voices coming from the space station, again, Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines doing most of the monitoring today ahead of Starliner's arrival. You've got a good look in that center screen here in Mission Control Houston of the view that Starliner has of the International Space Station. That's through the Vesta system as it continues to get closer to the station. And again, as it makes its way to the space station, Starliner will be completing some demonstrations, those demos we keep mentioning. These allow the spacecraft to meet its flight test objectives for Orbital Flight Test 2. The first, Starliner completed a checkout of its navigation and orientation control systems. Once in orbit, flight control teams checked the star tracker and looked with Vesta's narrow field cameras to determine that the spacecraft is looking at the correct stars. And now we have that amazing view right in the center screen that's also coming from Vesta. Starliner also performs early critical tests of critical on-orbit capabilities as Demo 2. These are thruster firing and abort sequences, so when the systems perform as expected, it proves they can be used if needed. It was also executed early in the rendezvous process, which was shortly after Starliner reached orbit yesterday. The third demo is for ground controllers to test the Vesta navigation systems that will guide Starliner toward the International Space Station's docking adapter. As we see, that's in work right now and will continue all the way through docking. And the fourth demo is for astronauts on the space station to remotely turn on and off the docking lights, proving that the crew can command the spacecraft if needed, which was also successfully accomplished a little bit closer to the top of our broadcast. That's your check-in for now in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We're going to take it back across the hallway to Gary Jordan and Steven Seisloff, who will continue walking us through Starliner's arrival to the International Space Station.
Hey, thanks, Leah. We're following along every step of the way. Good to hear that the far-field monitoring procedure is done, so the teams are tracking the positioning of Starliner and going through the steps to make sure that it is ready to proceed with some of the next steps before going in for a docking. We're still scheduled for an on-time docking today, 6:10 p.m. Central Time. The next milestone coming up here is the go, no-go poll to execute the first inbound fly-around maneuver. There are two of these that'll swing the Starliner itself from right underneath the International Space Station, which currently now is, that's where it's approaching, is right underneath the space station after successfully executing the terminal phase initiation burn. It'll execute that first inbound fly-around maneuver and then a second to swing out in front of the space station to conduct some of those demonstrations Leah was mentioning. Now getting some views, now having good video communications from the station, so you can see some of the docking lights and navigation lights on the Starliner itself, the starboard and port lights shining right there in the distance. The International Space Station right now is currently over the Indian Ocean, west off the coast of Singapore.
And you heard some of the communications there between the space station and ISS mission control here in Houston. Flight controllers looking at that comm situation, but we do have data coming back from the spacecraft. And telemetry coming back shows that Starliner is a little bit more than 1.1 kilometers.
Watch and Russian laptop are ready for CST 100 arrival.
Houston copies. Thanks.
What you're seeing here is a view from the Vesta system as the Starliner itself gets closer to the space station right now, just about a kilometer away. Some of the features, including the radiators and solar arrays, come a little bit more clearly. The outline itself is following the truss and the pressurized modules of the International Space Station itself. creating that T shape that you see there. You can see that we're also pretty close to underneath the International Space Station. We're expecting to actually enter the approach ellipsoid, which we've been getting slightly closer to since that terminal phase initiation burn, which happened about a half hour ago. So we're close to underneath the station, but we'll expect to actually start that inbound fly around.
LiDAR is one good IR sensor, and just for your awareness, our data on all our displays remained constant and seemed to be valid the entire time while you were experiencing that comm loss.
And that is what we were expecting. Good to get your confirmation on that.
And that's good news reported from Bob Hines, who continues to monitor the approach of Starliner to the International Space Station. They mentioned a loss of communication between the two spacecraft that they were tracking. We are getting data back, but Bob Hines reporting that he had continuous data throughout his monitoring procedures, and this verification is good news.
And we are about 12 seconds away from Starliner entering the approach ellipsoid, that imaginary boundary around the International Space Station. Starliner crossing about 1 kilometer from the International Space Station. And as you heard there, as Gary was just noting, that the International Space Station crew could keep a constant data link with the Starliner spacecraft. We do have data coming down. And Rendezvous reports that we are inside the AE. That's quoting the Rendezvous officer, of course, speaking about the Starliner spacecraft.
Station Houston on 2, Starliner is inside the approach ellipsoid.
And station copies inside the approach ellipsoid.
Starliner continuing to follow its precise path, moving ever closer to the International Space Station. The first contact time opportunity today is 6:10 p.m. Central Time, a little bit more than 2 hours from now. I will point out also that there's a lot of flexibility built into that timeline. Starliner had an instantaneous launch window yesterday, but when it comes to rendezvous and docking, although the procedures are precise, the team does give itself quite a bit of options. And of course, when you're moving a spacecraft around a million-pound orbiting laboratory, you know, a lot of care to be taken in those kinds of situations. Right now, Starliner moving in just as it's supposed to. Currently inside the approach ellipsoid, we are coming up on the inbound fly around burn. That's the next major maneuver, and that's coming up in about 7 minutes.
The International Space Station teams conducted a go-no-go poll to ensure that teams are ready for the Starliner teams in particular to proceed with executing that inbound fly-around maneuver, and they did poll green, so they are go for that inbound fly-around maneuver. The Starliner teams will now go through their steps to prepare for that maneuver, including conducting their own go-no-go poll to execute the inbound fly-around maneuver, coming up in about 6.5 minutes.
Station Houston on 2 for no 2 hatch closures.
go for station.
Yeah, you are go for the No 2 hatch closures. Be advised that there's no ventilation into Columbus or Gem in case you needed to get something real quick before the hatches go closed.
Okay, copy that. We'll put that in work now.
And Rendezvous officer reports that he has sent up the command to Starliner, the authority to proceed to keep out sphere entry. That's important because it keeps Starliner on pace for that inbound fly around 1 burn that's coming up. Starliner is currently 704 meters from the International Space Station, maneuvering inside the approach ellipsoid. Of course, relative to the International Space Station, Starliner's speed has slowed down quite a bit, moving now less than a meter a second, and that's as prescribed, so that Starliner stays on its path and continues to carry the momentum in a very controlled manner as today's rendezvous and docking continues. Again, docking time we're looking at for the first opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. We are 3.5 minutes away from the inbound fly around burn, the first one.
As part of the procedures to get us ready for this inbound fly around, the International Space Station teams conducted a go-no-go poll for the authority to proceed past the keep-out sphere. This is after what's called the approach corridor initiation, after some of these demonstrations, including the commanded hold from the International Space Station. This approach corridor initiation is a major burn to get us from the approach inside the approach ellipsoid to inside the keep-out sphere. So the International Space Station teams are reporting that they're comfortable proceeding with the next couple of burns. So that includes the upcoming inbound fly-around burn. There's 2 of them, as well as the approach corridor initiation burn. We'll see a couple of demonstrations in the meantime in that period, including the commanded hold and the automatic retreat. We'll address those as we get past some of these inbound fly-around maneuvers.
And getting ever clearer views of Starliner as it approaches. We see the lights on the vehicle. We're also seeing the outline no longer and seeing the conical shape of Starliner as it approaches. Starliner is currently 609 meters away from the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed of about 1/3 of a meter per second. Starliner maneuvering inside the approach ellipsoid, going through its carefully choreographed, carefully planned maneuvers, getting a little bit of sunlight now coming up, reflecting, giving that unique color to the Starliner spacecraft as it moves in.
It's looking good, Steve. That sunrise coming up as the station and Starliner, as you mentioned, which is now less than 600 meters away, are over the western border of Australia. They're coming up in an orbital sunrise as they cross over into the Pacific Ocean. We're now about 15 seconds from the first inbound fly-around maneuver. We may see some of the thruster firings, but it might be a little bit overexposed. We'll see. But targeting looks good. Now about 5 seconds from the ignition time of that burn.
Prop reports burning. Inbound fly-around 1 maneuver taking place. Rendezvous reports good burn. That went just as it was supposed to. Produced great video too.
That was spectacular. Yeah, we got to see the RCS thrusters that enable that burn. We got to see them firing just in the right amount of sun and the right amount of exposure of the cameras themselves to give us those spectacular views. But so far, the Rendezvous is purporting a good burn and a good trajectory so far. We'll continue to monitor as the first inbound fly-around maneuver. There's another one coming up here in about 20 minutes.
Those jets that were just firing there, those are the reaction control system jets. The Starliner being close enough to the International Space Station now, it's making very small maneuvers. So that's why you saw the kind of that exhaust, those plumes coming from around the perimeter of the spacecraft. And we continue to see the spacecraft make its own adjustments. It is flying autonomously, no crew on board. But the crew that is on board the International Space Station will be treated to quite the view as this continues on. Reminder that Starliner is on pace for a first docking opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Rendezvous reports we're in good shape as far as the sensor readings and the information coming down from the spacecraft. That movement is, of course, because having kicked off that inbound fly-around maneuver, the spacecraft is, while pointing its nose, pointing its sensors at the space station, the spacecraft is maneuvering up.
No 2 hatches are closed.
Copy, no 2 hatches closed.
As the Starliner flies just about 230 meters away from the station. Again, we just got past that first inbound fly-around maneuver. The voice you heard from the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Bob Hines confirming that the Node 2 forward hatch is closed. They opened it just to circulate some air in between the pressurized mating adapter and get some things situated. They'll open it up once again, probably not tonight, as their monitoring procedures take them through really late into the night Greenwich Mean Time. They will not open up the hatches to the Starliner once it docks until tomorrow morning, but they did get some of the activities situated in the pressurized mating adapter. So we'll see that hatch open again tomorrow and formally welcome Starliner to the station. Of course, many milestones to get to until we get to that moment. We're about 16 minutes from the second inbound fly-around maneuver.
For Jessica.
Rendezvous officer reports, of course we can see Starliner very good here from ISS, and Rendezvous officer reports that Starliner sensors are picking up ever greater detail in the space station itself as Starliner looks on and makes its flight up into the eventual docking position.
copy. 4.0 CTB 5069 and PMM, and say again the location.
Yeah, it's PMM port 1.
Okay, copy PMM port 1.
And also, when you do the loading for item number 6.02, you can just anticipate 2 of 3 10.0 CTBs instead of 3 of 3.
Okay, copy 2 in step 6.02. I have a couple other questions for you if you've got time.
Go ahead.
Okay, in steps 4.04 and 5.04 and 6.04.
Let me get one CST call up, Jessica. Break for Chell, C2V2 data rate change in progress. Expect COM dropout in 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, and station copies.
All right, sorry about that, Jessica. Please continue.
Great, yeah, in steps 4.04, 5.04, and 6.04 mentions filling the CTBs with soft goods. Is there any any particular restrictions on what those soft goods are? Are these for return, presumably?
Checking. Station Houston on 24 Chell, you are go to perform step 2 in 1.102.
The step 2. Okay, and Houston, we have CST 100 in sight.
Copy, tally ho.
Tally ho from the ISS crew. ISS astronauts can see Starliner directly. We are getting great images from the camera, of course.
Yeah, these look great, Steve. The International Space Station and Starliner are about to cross that terminator line. We're seeing some of the clouds there in the background as we pass over the Tasman Sea. We're just south of Tasmania. We're about to cross over the southern Pacific Ocean.
And Starliner currently 510 meters away from the International Space Station. Relative speed continue to slow. Of course, Starliner moving very deliberately. About 8 minutes ago, it performed the inbound fly-around maneuver 1, and we have a second inbound fly-around coming up in 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Some of the views on the big board here at Starliner Mission Control. On the right, the images from the International Space Station. Those are the cameras that have been giving us such wonderful views of Starliner as it moves in towards the station. And over on the left side, that's the imagery coming from the Starliner itself. That's from the Vesta cameras that are on the nose of the vehicle. All of this working towards a docking opportunity about 1 hour and 51 minutes from now at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. And on the center screen there is some of the graphic representation of the telemetry coming down from the vehicle, coming down from the Starliner as it moves into position around the International Space Station. Starliner is heading towards a docking, a connection with the forward port of the Harmony module that's in line with the velocity vector, or the V-bar, of the International Space Station.
And we heard reports on the journey to the second inbound fly-around maneuver. That's coming up in about 9 minutes. The teams conducted a quick maintenance burn in between IF-1 and IF-2, maintaining that course and getting us on the right trajectory for IF-2. Teams report a good maintenance burn, and again, we're trending towards a second inbound fly-around maneuver coming up in about 9 minutes.
As we look a little bit ahead, we see Starliner making its maneuver around the International Space Station, and there's going to be a number of demonstrations coming up. Starliner's been moving pretty smoothly through its described course, but once it lines up with that forward port and starts to move in, it'll make a few planned holds, 250 meters. Then it'll move to inside the 200-meter point, and then one of the demonstrations is actually that it retreat, that it shows that it can safely back away from the International Space Station. So after getting to that 180 point, it'll back out to 200. Then it'll move in again and have a couple of additional holds. All of these are just as expected. It's, with the spacecraft flying without any people on board, and it is flying autonomously just as it's supposed to do. But just want to demonstrate some of the systems on this orbital flight test.
You're getting a lot of telemetry here on some of the views you're seeing. The solid line on the bottom left is the Starliner itself. Of course, we're coming up on the inbound fly-around maneuver. I did want to address the top right, though. That sphere that you're seeing, it's almost like a protective shield from the telemetry.
Starliner, we saw that brief comm dropout. We've got good comm now.
Houston copies.
And that was Kjell Lindgren aboard the International Space Station, confirming they have a good link between the station itself and Starliner. They're continuing to monitor Starliner's approach. He, Kjell Lindgren, as well as Bob Hines. That sphere, though, going back to the sort of force field shield that's around the International Space Station in that graphic, that's the keep-out sphere. We'll see some of the demos that Steve was talking about, including the commanded hold outside of the keep-out sphere. But one of the major demos that will be performing during the OFT-2 flight test is the Starliner itself will proceed towards that sphere, and it will not be given the authority to proceed past that sphere to test the vehicle's capability of an automatic retreat outside of the sphere. And we'll see that demonstration coming up shortly. Of course, a couple milestones to get through until we get there. We're less than 5 minutes away from the second inbound fly-around maneuver. After the second inbound fly-around maneuver, the next burn will be that burn that the International Space Station teams have already given their go for, which is approach corridor initiation. That gets us inside the keep-out sphere. That's the green area. And then, of course, in the mouth of Miss Pac-Man that you see there, that's the approach corridor that points towards the forward docking port of the International Space Station. We're not going to go straight in. Part of the demonstration is to get into the keep-out sphere and then perform an automatic retreat. So we'll back out before proceeding back in with the green light to do so. But that's the approach corridor that we'll be aiming towards for docking later tonight. Still on track for that 6:10 p.m. Central Time docking.
Rendezvous reports good targeting for the IF-2 burn, for the inbound fly-around 2 burn coming up. That burn coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. 90 seconds from now, Starliner remains on course for a docking at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Starliner currently 22 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds into its orbital flight test 2 mission to the International Space Station. 508 meters away from the International Space Station. That distance, because the Starliner is flying kind of around to reposition itself in front of the space station, that's why that distance is staying pretty constant, even though the spacecraft itself is moving along. And good IF-2 burn, very short burn, prop and rendezvous. Officers advising Flight Director Ed Van Cise that the burn was executed just as planned. So that puts us on pace for the next maneuver, which will be the ACI TIG. Sorry to give you all so many acronyms today, but that's the way this space flight is. So ACI is Approach Corridor Initiation Burn. It is going to take place in 14 minutes and 18 seconds. Starliner now inside 500 meters to the International Space Station. 478 to be precise, 478 meters, at a speed relative to the space station of 0.18 meters per second. Next burn coming up is going to be the Approach Corridor Initiation Burn, ACI. And that burn will come up in 11 minutes and 25 seconds.
Now we're getting views from the International Space Station in the distance. You can sort of see the Starliner maintaining a distance of about 500 meters away as it made its way through these past couple of inbound fly-around maneuvers. We did get confirmation there was a maintenance burn, standard course correction just to make sure it's on the right path. So that's two inbound fly-around maneuvers as well as a maintenance burn in between each of them. Flight controllers will continue to analyze, making sure that we're good for that approach corridor initiation burn that gets us closer to the International Space Station. Once we do that, the approach corridor initiation, that's where we're going to see some of the more visual demos that we've been discussing. We talked about some of the space-to-space commanding, and we referenced some of the far field demonstrations, including the abort burn tests and the attitude control holding tests. These will be a commanded hold from the International Space Station, will be the first test, and then an automatic retreat once we get to a very specific distance from the International Space Station, which is about 180 meters, and that's about the distance of that keep-out sphere that we've been mentioning. So we'll see some of those next, but in the meantime, we're in a good direction heading towards the approach corridor initiation burn.
And as we close in on the time frame that Starliner is heading towards the International Space Station, we're looking at a docking time of 6:10 p.m. Central Time. And good time to ask folks if you have a question of us here at Starliner Mission Control or over at the ISS Mission Control. Just ask on social media. Use the hashtag #AskNASA, and we'll look through the questions and answer what we can. We are 6 minutes and 10 seconds from the next maneuver by the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. That's going to be the ACI, the Approach Corridor Initiation Burn. Starliner currently just about 400 meters from the International Space Station, continuing to line up with that forward port of the Harmony module.
Now, as we wait for that approach corridor initiation burn, let's...
For Starliner monitoring.
Go ahead for Starliner monitoring.
Rob, just wanted to give you a heads up. As we work through the rest of 1.102, Farmer will be on the comm for the remainder.
All right, Bob has the comm.
Takes two to tango. Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines currently working the monitoring procedures for the Boeing Starliner. They will be performing a series of demos, including a commanded hold coming up. It'll be Kjell Lindgren at the helm, actually taking the, actually sending the command. Bob Hines will be assisting, and he'll have the communications, so we'll be hearing his voice communicating to the teams here on the ground, including the International Space Station Capcom. Rob Hayhurst will be the voice from here in the ground, communicating to Bob Hines, who again is working with Kjell Lindgren. About 4.5 minutes to the approach corridor initiation. We're taking hashtag Ask NASA questions. If you have any questions about some of what's happening today, please send those along. The first one comes from Alejandro, who's asking about the crew sleep schedule. Do we know when the crew is scheduled to go to sleep today? Well, they're shifting today. There are 7 members of Expedition 67. The Roscosmos cosmonauts are currently in a pre-sleep period, though they will be around to help with some of the final docking procedures coming up here in the next couple of hours. The rest of the USOS side, which includes the NASA astronauts, Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as the ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, will be in a delayed sleep period. So they'll have a late night as they work through the docking operations. The docking is currently scheduled for 6:10 p.m. Central Time, but that's right after 11 o'clock at night, if you're thinking GMT, 2300 GMT, so it's a late night. They will not open up the hatches later tonight. They'll save that for tomorrow. There's no rush. There's no crew inside, so we'll get through some of those procedures tomorrow. Keep sending your questions using the hashtag AskNASA as we take you through some of these next major milestones for OFT2.
And we can see from this camera on the International Space Station that Starliner continues its methodical flight towards the forward port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Starliner's telemetry currently showing a distance of 350 meters from the orbiting laboratory, closing in at a rate of less than 1 meter per second, about 0.2 meters per second. And we are 2 minutes from the ACI burn, from the approach corridor initiation burn. That's the next maneuver by Starliner. Rendezvous, in fact, just reported good targeting for the vehicle. That means that Starliner knows where it's going and knows where it is. Both very important things to do when you're executing this kind of a scenario. So.
About 90 seconds to the approach corridor initiation. In the shot, you can see the International Space Station, as well as the Crew Dragon that brought us 4 of the crew members aboard the International Space Station today, including Lindgren and Hines, who are monitoring Starliner's approach. We're looking forward to having 2 commercial crew vehicles docked to the International Space Station. We have passed inbound fly around 2, or aiming for that number 7, that corridor approach. That's coming up in less than a minute now. That will lead us to those next major milestones, the 250-meter hold and the 200-meter hold, which are specifically demonstrations for this flight to test Starliner's capabilities as it makes its way towards the International Space Station. We're standing by 30 seconds until approach corridor initiation. Again, the teams are go to proceed into the keep out sphere. We do have that authority to proceed enabled on Starliner. 25 seconds.
Call. 10 seconds to the burn, 10 seconds to the approach corridor initiation. Prop reports, burn is proceeding. And cutoff. Rendezvous reports good corridor acquisition. That means that Starliner is headed where it needs to be headed, which is to the forward port of the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2. ACI burn was nominal. Starliner has begun force translation on the docking axis. Prepare for the hold command demo per 1.102 step 3 when Starliner reaches 255 meters.
Station copies, good ACI burn, and preparing for step 3, 1.102 at 255 meters.
Good read.
All right, you heard that. The command hold is coming up. We're about 270 meters, so the hold's coming up very shortly. For that command hold, we're going to take you over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Leah Cheshire standing by to take us through the command hold from the International Space Station. Leah.
Thanks, Gary. And again, as you mentioned, this hold is being commanded from the International Space Station. This is not a hold that is being commanded here on the ground. This will be sent from NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. He is aboard the International Space Station, arrived on the Crew 4 vehicle, as you mentioned earlier. And this is known as Demo 5. So when we reach that 250-meter point, which we should be coming up on very shortly, away from the International Space Station, Starliner will demonstrate its ability to receive that hold command from the crew on the space station. So this allows us to send a command from space to space. It's similar to what we saw earlier when they turned on and off the docking lights. This is required to be completed for us to get the green light for Starliner to enter the keep out sphere. It's a 200-meter invisible line around the station. It helps the flight teams monitor the coming and going of visiting vehicles, and that's all visiting vehicles, whether they have crew or without.
And Houston Station, hold command is sent.
Copy, confirming.
Lindgren and Hines.
Reversal.
Station Houston, hold confirmed. We'll pause here for about 5 minutes to perform demo objectives, and we will call you prior to resuming the approach.
And station copies, standing by.
It's great news from the team aboard the International Space Station, Lindgren and Hines, confirming that the hold command sent to Starliner is successful. Ground teams commanding, they see that as well. International Space Station and Starliner are about 250 meters away from one another, and Starliner will remain in that position for another 5 minutes while the teams continue to do checkouts. And the International Space Station and Starliner now flying about 261 miles southwest of Costa Rica and Nicaragua, about to fly over those countries. Still in this 250-meter hold away from the space station. Again, this command was sent from the space station itself, not from the ground, and it was not an automated command on Starliner.
Current range 251 meters. Good LEDs on the panel.
Houston copies and concurs, and we're just looking at demo data right now.
Station copy.
Station confirms that the hold is steady, as well as the team on the ground concurs, and they still remain in that approximately 5-minute hold while they look at the data from the demo. Meanwhile, teams here in the International Space Station are discussing the resuming from this hold. This view shows Starliner getting lined up with the Harmony forward port where it will dock in about an hour, just a little over an hour from now. An hour and about 20 minutes, that is.
Station Houston on 2 for Farmer. Farmer, Houston CST will be commanding Starliner at 21:54 to resume the approach. Starliner will automatically retreat at 182 meters and hold at 200 meters. You can monitor the retreat per step 4 in 1.102.
After that, we'll resume at 2154. Auto retreat per step 4. We'll monitor at 182 meters and retreat to 200.
Good read.
And a confirmation coming from the ground to the crew that the hold has been successful and the data's looking good. That is known as Demo 5, that hold at 250 meters. The next command for Starliner to resume its approach will come from the ground team rather than from the space station to the vehicle. And as we were just looking earlier and discussing this view from the space station of both Crew Dragon as well as Starliner, this will be the first time that we have both commercial crew providers' vehicles docked to the International Space Station.
Station Houston, Starliner has resumed the approach.
And the station copies, and we're showing the same.
And with confirmation that the approach to confirmation that approach has resumed for Starliner to make its way to its home on the International Space Station. That completes Demo 5. The vehicle now moving in from that 250 meter hold point. The next coming up will be Demo 6, and I'm going to toss it back across the hall to my colleagues Steve Seiseloff and Gary Jordan to walk us through what's next for the vehicle.
All right, thank you, Leah. It was good to see a good commanded hold from the International Space Station. Of course, Lindgren and Hein's job is not done. They're going to continue to monitor the Starliner's approach all throughout the way, but right now we're relying on the automatic software and the teams here on the ground to get us through the docking. Right now we're still Scheduled for on-time docking tonight, 6:10 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston on 2 for Farmer. We are going to be expecting a little bit of radicom, so if you don't hear from us when you see Starliner retreating, just keep monitoring.
Station copies, Wilco.
Ground teams anticipating bad connection with communications from the ground just about the time that they're anticipating that the Starliner itself will be crossing into the keep-out sphere. It's making a good pace right now at about 0.3 meters per second to get to that what the ISS Capcom identified as the 182-meter marker is when the Starliner is anticipated to make that automatic retreat. Right now, the Starliner is at 205 meters.
Rendezvous officer reporting to flight director that the spacecraft is flying its trajectory just as it's supposed to. So we'll continue to see this picture come into better definition here as the Boeing Starliner spacecraft approaches the International Space Station on this orbital flight test 2. Coming up to the top of the hour, and what you're seeing here is the Starliner spacecraft as it approaches the International Space Station on orbital flight test 2. This is the this mission is being flown without astronauts aboard the Starliner spacecraft. There are astronauts aboard the International Space Station. These images are coming from cameras on the International Space Station. Looking at Starliner, which is at currently a distance of about 186 meters. Starliner is going to pause its approach at the at around the 180 meter point. Then it's going to fire its reaction control system thrusters and back away from the International Space Station. That's a demonstration of its ability. And we have word from Rendezvous that Starliner is executing Demo 6. It is retreating from the International Space Station just as it's supposed to.
Farmer, Starliner is retreating. Expect Starliner to hold at 200 meters.
Station
This retreat is going to take Starliner just to the edge of the keep-out sphere, which is that imaginary boundary about 200 meters from the space station. This is all taking place 23 hours, 4 minutes, and 17 seconds after Starliner lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida yesterday evening.
Everything's looking good. We're just passing 190 meters. Again, the Starliner is automatically going to hold at 200 meters as part of this test. You can see some of this telemetry on the board. On the left screen there is the Vesta system, the optical system on board the Starliner that's looking at the International Space Station. So that's the view from the spacecraft itself. We're getting some good telemetry in the middle screen there. Sort of the mesh sphere that's surrounding the outline of the International Space Station. In the middle board there is the keep-out sphere. It's that mesh sphere that we touched and now are retreating from to 200 meters. We're now awaiting the confirmation that we're holding.
Houston Station, we're showing vehicle mode is hold at 200 meters.
Houston copies and concurs.
Good reports from the International Space Station. That was Bob Hines, goes by the call sign Farmer, confirming that from the International Space Station side, they are seeing a hold, as well as the teams on the ground.
Station Houston, Starliner is holding at 200. Perform monitoring per step 5 and 1.102.
And station copies go for monitoring step 5, 1.102.
Station Houston on 2 for assistance with WIF 17.
Okay, go ahead, send it.
Yeah, looking at the overlay down here, we think that we might need a calibration. We would like for you to turn on the calibration per step 3.3.2 in the setup procedure 1.401.
Okay, copy that. We have the calibration overlay up at this time. I don't have light mode on structure to be able to calibrate.
Okay, Chell, I understand. If you could just leave it as is, we think we have what we need, but we're checking.
Okay, copy.
And one of our Ask NASA questions came in from Russell, asking what is in the Starliner capsule. Is there a zero gravity indicator? Well, you know, Starliner, as fate would have it, we have a lot of imagery of some of the cargo that is going up on Starliner. It was packed here on Earth, of course, and loaded in. There's The biggest bit of it is Rosie the Rocketeer, and what you're seeing there is some of the commemorative material that has gone up. Those are university flags, and we have some medallions commemorating Rosie the Rocketeer, who was named after Rosie the Riveter, and also continuing the tradition of taking tree seeds into orbit. Of course, we've packed a number of flags and some mission patches, all packed very carefully and weighed out and loaded into the spacecraft just as it needs to be to keep the weight where it needs to be, keep the balance perfect. You can see some of that packing activity going on here. That is there in Florida at the Commercial Crew and Cargo Processing Facility, the C3PF. And once some of the cargo is taken off by the ISS crew, the astronauts there are also going to load some used equipment into Starliner. Starliner is going to bring that home. That's going to include 3 NORS tanks, NORS, N-O-R-S. That's the nitrogen oxygen replenishment system. That's the basically the source of air on the International Space Station for the crew. You know, whenever a spacecraft arrives, you want to make sure to put it to good use, and Starliner will be coming back. Starliner will be coming back and landing in the American Southwest. Of course, that's quite a few days away, and at this moment we are carefully following as Starliner moves in towards the International Space Station.
You hear that about?
And we showed some of the imagery of the cargo, and we also have some of the footage of Rosie herself. She is in the commander's seat. It's a anthropomorphic test device, really set up there so that we can see how the spacecraft behaves in relation to the crew themselves. How a person sitting in the Starliner, what kind of situations, what kind of circumstances it'll be. It's a good ride up, and should be a smooth ride down. There you see the mission patch that Rosie the Rocketeer is wearing. That's a unique mission logo for this NASA and Boeing Orbital Flight Test 2 mission, and you of course can see the Rosie patch, and she is outfitted with the signature scarf for Rosie. Of course, Rosie the Rocketeer and Rosie the Riveter, named after the women from who worked in the factories during World War II, building airplanes, including at Boeing, of course. So that was a quick look at some of the things going up, and the International Space Station crew will get their own close-up look as they unpack some of that material and load new stuff to return back home.
Thanks, Steve. Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. We'll continue to clarify more about this mission as we continue our coverage to head towards docking. Right now, the Starliner spacecraft itself is holding at 200 meters. Right now, at about 210. This is after one of the demonstrations of the Starliner spacecraft to automatically retreat from the 182 meter keep out sphere. That performed successfully. They're just continuing to hold before sending the Starliner in once again past the keep out sphere to the next milestone, which is the 10 meter hold. Teams here are going to hold here for about 12 more minutes. So keep sending in those questions.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
Go for station.
Hey, Farmer, we have been losing a little bit of comm on one of the antennas on Starliner. We will need to use this antenna again at 2215. If it does not come up, we expect to have a 7-minute LOS until we come up on the next antenna. So it just may delay the time to when we would resume the approach. We expect that we can make up that short amount of time by decreasing the 90-meter hold time.
Okay, station copies all.
And I didn't say it before.
2215, we'll expect a 7-minute LOS, and copy all on making up the time at the 90-meter hold.
All good copy? Yeah, and during that LOS, of course, you will continue to be monitoring.
Station copies all.
We were seeing the view of the Starliner spacecraft get a little bit darker. The station is 261 statute miles over the northern border of Hungary, and it is nighttime there, so we'll see dimmer views for a little bit until we come out of the Terminator line and start seeing some sunlit views of Starliner once again. Everything's trending well. We're just, you heard that communications up from the International Space Station Capcom, just holding here for just a little bit. The Vesta system, of course, is a complicated system that uses optical navigation, and so we really have to look at specific sunlight constraints. The sun itself changes angles as the International Space Station and Starliner orbit every 90 minutes around the Earth, and that angle can change, so they're just waiting for just the right Goldilocks conditions of lighting, and so they're deciding to wait out here at the 200-meter hold. So we're standing by, waiting for the go to proceed into the keep-out sphere. The next hold will be at the 10-meter marker.
Flight Director Ed Van Cise advising his team to get ready to resume the approach. Starliner currently basically hovering just in front of the International Space Station, about 206 meters. Rendezvous has given his go. Flight polling the other controllers here and their specialties to make sure all of those systems are ready. So far, all looking good to resume this approach. They're going to move Starliner, as Gary was saying, move it up to the 90-meter point, and then they're going to hold. That's a planned hold. Again, there's a series of holds during this approach. This is an orbital flight test. And of course, in this current period of orbital darkness, that's why we're not getting such good imagery, but that's going to change in a little bit. After all, when you're going around the world at 17,500 miles an hour, you can do a complete loop around the planet in a little bit more than 90 minutes. So we should be out of darkness in a bit and get some good imagery again. And in the meantime, you can see some of the graphics that the control team sees up on the big board here at Starliner Mission Control in Houston.
Station Houston on 2 for Starliner status. We do have good comm right now, but we're working through a couple of small issues, so we're going to continue to hold here.
And station copies. Thanks for the update.
So you heard that call from the International Space Station, Capcom. That's Rob Hayhurst relaying up to Bob Hines, who is right next to Kjell Lindgren. They're monitoring the Starliner's approach to the International Space Station. It's currently at a 200-meter hold, as was designed with the automatic retreat once it hit the keep-out sphere at about 182 meters. It's still holding there. The teams are just assessing to make sure that the Starliner itself is all in tip-top shape before they go ahead and proceed into the keep-out sphere. There are several lighting stops along or hold points along the way to check for lighting and other conditions. The first one at 90, and then of course the big ones at 10 meters. And we'll just wait for the teams to make sure that everything is go before we proceed in. We are still within the window to make that docking time later tonight. We're targeting 6:10 p.m. Central Time. There is some flexibility there in terms of timing, but right now we're still within a good window.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status. Joe Farmer, wanted to bring you up to date with what we were talking about down here. On WIF 17, we are looking at the difference between the little TY in the middle of the circle and where Starliner actually is. Right now, we're in great shape. Starliner's within the circle, so keep monitoring. We're just trying to get comfortable with why we understand that there is an offset there.
Okay, copy all. We were actually just thinking about calling you about the same thing. It seems like that T is staying in the same spot pretty much the whole time, and then we're watching Dragon we're watching Starliner drift around. So it is obviously holding stable inside the corridor, and we'll continue watching. And our pop is looking good as well.
Great info, thanks.
What you're seeing on your screen now is what was relayed up to the crew. The teams, again, we are holding at 200 meters right outside the keep-out sphere, waiting for that go to proceed inside of the keep-out sphere. The teams, both on the International Space Station side as well as the Starliner side in each respective control rooms, as well as the International Space Station team monitoring from aboard the orbiting complex that includes Bob Hines and Kjell Lindgren. They're all watching their respective data. From here, you can see the monitoring tool that the crew is looking at. In the middle of the circle is where the Starliner is supposed to be, and you can see the just a little bit lower and to the right is where the Starliner actually is. You can see the docking and navigation lights on the forward end of the Boeing Starliner. They just want to make sure that they understand some of the data before they go ahead and give that go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere. So the teams here on the ground, as well as the International Space Station, will continue to monitor and make sure they completely understand the data before going ahead and giving that go. All right, we're continuing to monitor the position of Starliner here. The teams believe they have a good understanding and confidence to go ahead and proceed into the keep out sphere. Words should be coming up from the International Space Station Capcom here shortly to describe a discrepancy in the data, more so really the graphics that are being drawn around Starliner versus Starliner itself, and we'll have the International Space Station Capcom describe that. In the meantime, the station and Starliner teams are polling to make sure that they are go to proceed inside the keep out sphere. So we'll wait for that word from the Capcom.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
And go for station.
So what we've come up with is the T that you see in the middle of the circle. For whatever reason, that is not correct. We do have very good confidence that Starliner is within the circle, and as long as you see Starliner in the circle, we are in a good config. We can verify that through RPOP and ground telemetry that it is in a good config.
Station copies all, and we're comfortable with that and concur.
Okay, and with that, we are going to resume the approach shortly.
And station's ready.
Copy.
All right, so those words projected to the crew. The International Space Station Flight Director, Vincent Lecourt, has given his go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere. What's happening here is some of the data that's being fed to the system that you're seeing is projecting a false green circle and an indicator. But the teams have identified enough confidence in the relative position of Starliner and the data that they're seeing on the ground that they know where Starliner is. So it's really the green circle is off position instead of Starliner. With that, they have the confidence that they need, and so does the crew, to go ahead and proceed inside the keep-out sphere. We'll be seeing that moment here soon. And we have it. Starliner is moving inside 200 meters now.
Station Houston, Starliner has resumed the approach. Perform step 6 in 1.102.
Okay, step 6, and we see resume approach.
Good read. And also, Farmer, once we get to the 90-meter hold, we will reassess things there and come up with a new time for continuing the approach.
Station copy.
Starliner is on the move. Next stop, 90 meters. Starliner moving in towards the International Space Station. Keep out sphere entry coming up coming up in about a minute and 15 seconds. Starliner firing its thrusters to move in towards the forward port of the Harmony node of the International Space Station. All the systems on Starliner performing well. Starliner uses a integrated suite for navigation. You can kind of it uses a space GPS system. Well, I should say a GPS system that's designed to work in space. We call it SIGI. And that's basically how Starliner tells where in space it is. And then it uses the Vesta cameras and sensors to look at its destination, which is the International Space Station. And you can think of it as basically the spacecraft is driving itself to the International Space Station in the same way a person drives their car on a long trip, using a Maps app to kind of get into the city, get onto the street that they're going to, but then using their eyes to pull into the driveway. Well, in this case, the driveway is the International.
Starliner has entered the keep out sphere.
So that confirmation that Starliner has entered the keep out sphere. And just to complete that analogy, in this case, Starliner's driveway is the forward port of the International Space Station.
Yeah, this is a big moment for the teams, Steve. The flight directors exchange gratitude towards one another for the teams themselves, really diving deep into understanding what was going on with the discrepancy of the data. And with that came confidence in proceeding towards where we are right now. As mentioned, we're inside the keep out sphere. We're heading towards that 90-meter hold. Everything looking good so far.
And while Starliner moves in towards that 90-meter hold point, we'll note that we've talked a lot today about the work going on in the flight control rooms. Each of these controllers has engineers, Boeing and NASA engineers who are specialized in a lot of different areas, and they are all working together. You talk about something that takes teamwork. There are engineers here in Houston. There in Florida, like I said, Boeing and NASA all working to make this flight by Starliner successful. Starliner is 147 meters from the International Space Station. We are coming out of orbital darkness, so we're starting to see a little bit of the sunlight reflecting off of Starliner. This from a camera aboard the ISS, aboard the International Space Station. Rendezvous officer reporting Starliner sensors looking real good. All the sensors on the nose of Starliner, you can see that's basically what's pointed at the International Space Station right now. Starliner maneuvering to keep those sensors pointed at the space station, just as it's been throughout this rendezvous and docking. And in fact, we're seeing some of the imagery coming from those cameras aboard the Starliner spacecraft. That is looking right at the forward port of the International Space Station. It's looking at the forward port of the Harmony module. And you can also see the outlines of the GEM, the Japanese experiment module called Kibo, the Columbus European Laboratory, the truss itself, the crew vehicle. So lots to see in that picture as Starliner moves in towards the International Space Station.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner. Farmer, want to let you know that we are not going to do the hold at the 90-meter point. That was designed to get proper lighting, and we are already in a good lighting config, so you can expect Starliner to press into the 10-meter hold point.
Station copies. We're going to bypass the 90-meter hold and continue into the 10-meter hold. And just so you know what we're seeing, we're well within the corridor, and looks like Starliner is starting to converge on the center T and the overlays.
That's a good read, and we copy.
So Starliner is on the move, and it will stay on the move until it gets to the 10-meter hold point. At that point, Starliner will fire its thrusters and pause in its approach, but the lighting is good at the International Space Station, some 261 miles above the Earth, and since the lighting is good, we're going to bypass the 90-meter hold point, go straight to the 10-meter hold. So that means that Starliner will hover basically at that just 10 meters away from the forward port of the International Space Station. Continuing to get fantastic imagery from those ISS cameras of Starliner as it moves into the International Space Station. In fact, the imagery coming in getting clear enough that you can make out the dog houses. That's the little pods on, there's 4 of them around the perimeter of the service module. Those hold the thrusters. And those thrusters are what's doing a lot of the work today, guided by the information coming in from Starliner sensors such as Vesta. Kind of working together. Again, looking at the view that Starliner sees of the space station as it heads in. You can see the Crew Dragon at the top there. Japanese experiment module, European laboratory. You heard me walk through all this just a couple minutes ago, so apologies for the repetitiveness, but you know, the space station's been up there for 20 years. It deserves to be talked about quite a bit, I'd say.
We're getting, we mentioned passing that 90-meter hold, which was designed as a way to hold for good lighting conditions, but teams indicated that the lighting conditions now are looking good, and in fact we're inside 90 meters now. We're at about 76 meters from the International Space Station, heading towards that 10-meter hold. The station itself and Starliner are flying about 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, crossing the Terminator line into an orbital daytime.
Starliner currently just past the 75-meter point, moving in at about 1/10 of a meter per second. Again, heading towards that 10-meter hold point. Starliner holding its path just as prescribed. It's following in that graphic. What you're seeing in the green cone there is the approach corridor. That's basically the zone that Starliner needs to stay in as it makes its way to the space station. And we're seeing there's that graphic from that you saw just a few minutes ago. That is that's the view from the International Space Station's monitoring software as it watches Starliner approach. Starliner is 63.5 meters away from the space station's forward port. We should reach that 10-meter hold point a little bit less than 15 minutes. Starliner continuing its approach. Getting this imagery coming in of Starliner approaching the International Space Station at a distance of 47.5 meters, and the imagery coming in clear enough to show the entry cover that has opened over the nose of Starliner. That opened up yesterday, a little bit more than an hour after liftoff. In fact, of course, the clearest images so far of Starliner, getting to see some of the livery on the Boeing spacecraft, and a really good look at the arrangement of the docking lights. We've been watching this for a little while now, as Starliner emerged from the darkness of space, as a little more appearing to the crew and the cameras as a little more than a very bright light, closing now getting very close to the forward port of the space station and really able to show off a lot of the details of the spacecraft as it makes this orbital flight test 2 and as it closes in for the first rendezvous and docking flight path to the space station. No crew aboard the Starliner on this flight test mission, but it is a human-rated spacecraft, and this is actually blazing the trail for a later crewed flight test. Also in this view, able to see some of the exhaust plumes from the small reaction control system thrusters on Starliner as they fire periodically. Just maintenance.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for Starliner status. Joe Farmer, want to let you know that we are not going to make the docking window for this orbit. We expect to have a final approach initiation at 2350. So that means that we're going to be after what was the evening DPC, so we are going to abort the evening DPC. But if you have anything to tell us, let us know.
Okay, copy that. No evening DPC, and I will plan 2350 Zulu.
And that's a good read. Once we get to the 10-meter hold point, we will refine that time just a little bit. We'll let you know.
Okay, copy all.
All right, so you just heard the International Space Station Capcom, Rob Hayhurst, communicate up to Bob Hines, who's with Kjell Lindgren. They're both monitoring Starliner's approach to the International Space Station. We're now targeting the second docking window. So the new time of the FAI, the final approach initiation burn, that gets us from the 10-meter hold point into push in for a docking later. That's right now targeted for 6:50 p.m. Central Time. They did mention over the loops that they will be assessing a new contact time, so we'll report that as soon as we get that, a new contact with the International Space Station, but we're no longer aiming for that 6:10 p.m. docking. We'll aim for the next opportunity with that final approach initiation currently targeted for 6:50 p.m. tonight. Starliner looking good, though. The Rendezvous flight controller is reporting that Starliner's looking good on its way in. It's now a little less than 35 meters from the International Space Station. Slowing down, we're at about 0.05 meters per second. We're heading towards that 10-meter hold point.
And this does reflect the flexibility built into the timeline, built into this process. You know, the first docking opportunity, it's as they say, it's a target, not a requirement. So there's lots of leeway built into this docking. So it's not really a concern to have this adjustment. Again, Starliner looking great as it hovers out there in front of the forward port of the space station. Currently at a distance, still closing in, currently at a distance of 31 meters. And
Well, again, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad and our continuing uninterrupted coverage of the final rendezvous and docking of the first ever Starliner to visit the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name's Zach, and you're looking at a live view of telemetry and cameras from the International Space Station as the Boeing Starliner is holding right around that 10-meter mark. Having just heard from the teams, they are waiving this docking window and will be going to the new one. So we've updated that docking countdown. We are now an estimated 46 minutes away from when they expect to have soft capture. So we should see Starliner begin to pick up movement in probably about 40 minutes or so from now. But we'll keep listening in to Mission Control for updates on why they are doing that. If you look at the far left window on your screen, that green cone, that is the cone Starliner needs to stay within during its docking, and you can see that little smaller point of the cone closer to the ISS. That is the cutoff point where everyone is hands off and they just have to let Starliner coast in. So you can see right now Starliner not perfectly in the center of that cone. That was something that they saw at the 90-meter mark, so they are watching that, possibly why we're seeing this delay. But while we have this delay, we're going to take some moment, answer your guys' questions, so you can send those in the chat. Take us at the launch pad. Take a moment, make sure you follow us over on Twitter, as we have been live tweeting updates throughout the day, and we do live tweet updates as we happen. And we are hanging out in our Discord, which is free and open to join. We are in live comms talking in there as we've been watching today's broadcast. But if you're just joining us, Boeing Starliner 10 meters away from the International Space Station, but entering a hold. They've waved off this docking attempt, are going to hold and go for another docking attempt in 45 minutes from now. Take a moment, share out the broadcast, let us know where you're watching it from in the chat as well. We know we got people all over the world, and it's great to have you here at the Launchpad. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we bring you full live coverage, uninterrupted, of launches, dockings, undockings, splashdowns, plus all the press conferences, exclusive interviews, and more, all right here in one place, and it's great to have you all here with us. We're going to listen back into NASA Boeing Mission Control to hear more updates on maybe why there was this hold, so stay with us right here on the Launchpad for our continuous, uninterrupted coverage of the Boeing Starliner first ever docking to the International Space Station.
Continuing to capture more detail, the closer it moves in, of course, it's going to pause at 10 meters. So it's got another 8.5 meters to go on that. And you can see some of the thruster firings there. And what we're seeing on those when those thrusters fire there on the front, those are rain covers. They're put over all the nozzles at launch, so they're just remnants of that. They don't have anything to do with this orbital flight. Doesn't matter that they're there. It wouldn't matter if they weren't there. But what we are seeing there is that Starliner is moving in really well. 15 meters, again, you can see some of that thruster firing. That's how much detail we're seeing from these ISS cameras.
Starliner inside 15 meters from the International Space Station. We're going towards that 10-meter hold point.
Rendezvous officer reports that Starliner is in the 10-meter rendezvous box. And Starliner is holding, hovering at the 10-meter point, showing
Station Houston on 2. Starliner is at the 10-meter hold. Perform step 7 in 1.102. And we're working on a finalized FAI as mentioned. And we are seeing really good video from the EHDC.
Okay, station copies. We see the same. 10-meter hold, vehicle mode is hold. Step 7, we have brought up the 10-meter hold overlay and understand updated time for the initiation of docking is forthcoming.
Good read.
So that transmission up to the ISS crew, advising them that while we do have the FAI initiation, the final approach initiation burn, scheduled for 6:50 p.m. Central Time, the exact contact time, or the estimated contact time, is not still being refined.
Station Houston Space to ground 2 for Starliner final initiation, approach initiation time. That time will be 23:53. Latest FAI will be at 0036, and that will be a margin of 43 minutes.
Okay, approach initiation time at 23:53. 0036 and a 43-minute margin.
Good read.
And that word up to the International Space Station crew, setting a schedule for Starliner to perform its final approach initiation burn at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, and it will cross that final 10 meters in 4 minutes, making contact at 6:57 p.m. Central Time, 7:57 p.m. East Coast Time. Again, plenty of flexibility built into this timeline, but that is the current schedule. No rush. These are all targets, not requirements. And while Starliner pauses right here at this 10-meter hold point, we can really see some spectacular footage of the spacecraft. Again, this is the first time Starliner has been viewed in space from outside the spacecraft. So, first time we are seeing Starliner. The closer it's gotten, the more details, of course, you can make out. In fact, you can even see the center line window there in the docking hatch of Starliner at the nose. A little bit of a turquoise look to it, which again tells you how detailed this camera is.
All right, again, Starliner's holding at 10 meters. In the meantime, we'll continue to take Ask NASA questions to make sure that we're giving you the good information about what's happening. This first question comes from Lysisterm, who's asking, what is the plane of the docking of Starliner with respect to Earth? Is it above, below, or beside the International Space Station? So right now, at this moment, the 10-meter hold, it is what's called the V-bar, or the velocity bar. Really, this is directly in front of the International Space Station. So both of them are flying simultaneously at the same speed at the same time. And it's halting as they're traveling about 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. what you're seeing is a careful and methodical approach in order to get to this point, right? It doesn't go immediately up and in front of the International Space Station. They both have the same relative velocity, are traveling on the exact same plane, and it's taken a lot to get to this point. The journey to get to this point has been a series of burns, but since this is a flight test, we've also put Starliner through a number of demonstrations to test its capabilities fully. We did have a commanded hold that was sent from the International Space Station, and that was successful. We also tested its retreat ability to cross the keep out sphere, recognize that it did not have the authority to proceed, and then retreat outside of the keep out sphere to 200 meters, where it held for a little bit until it was given a go to proceed back in to where it is now at 10 meters. Continue to send your questions in using the hashtag AskNASA. Again, we're holding at 10 meters. That flight approach initiation burn targeted for 6:53 p.m. tonight. That gives us an earliest docking opportunity at 6:57 p.m.
Again, great images coming from the International Space Station cameras showing the Starliner spacecraft as it hovers 10 meters away from the International Space Station. The docking time we are looking at now, 6:57 p.m. Central Time. That means that should take about 4 minutes for Starliner to cross that last 10 meters. While we've been watching these great images of Starliner here in the Starliner Mission Control Center across the hall in the ISS Flight Control Center, where they're watching with equal amounts of attention. Flight team is keeping the orbital laboratory lined up for this work, and over there is NASA's Leah Cheshire. Leah, how's it looking?
Hey, Steve. Just like these views, it's looking pretty good. The teams over here have been monitoring the arrival of Starliner and working with the teams over in the Starliner flight control room to make the decisions, like to go ahead and pass through that 90-meter hold point and come on up to this 10-meter hold point where we have Starliner right now. Again, just 10 meters in front of the Node 2 forward port. That's the Harmony module on the International Space Station. That's also where the Crew Dragon that brought Crew 4 is docked to the Zenith, or the space-facing port. The space station is currently traveling about 261 miles above the South Pacific Ocean. And you can see that it's also joining 4 other visiting vehicles in addition to Crew Dragon once Starliner arrives. The Cygnus 17 is docked to the space station and brought along with it cargo and resupply for the crew. Soyuz MS-21 brought up 3 of the Roscosmos cosmonauts now living on the space station. Progress 79 and Progress 80 are 2 Russian vehicles that also brought up resupplies for the space station.
Spacecraft 2 for Starliner.
Go ahead.
Hey, Bob. Just want to let you know that we are seeing all sensors working great. The hold looks really good, and performance is really good. We appreciate you continuing to watch it.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, we're monitoring. It looks really good. Right as it starts approaching a boundary, it reverses direction and seems to be station keeping really well.
Concur.
Again, those voices you're hearing from the International Space Station belong to NASA astronauts Bob Hines, who is on his first mission to space, and Kjell Lindgren. There are 7 people living on the space station, and it's currently about 11:23 p.m. GMT, which is the time zone that the space station uses. They will be getting ready to go to sleep. However, since we have shifted the docking time of Starliner, we'll still have Lindgren and Hines monitoring its approach and arrival. Just a reminder, if you're watching live and you have a Twitter account, you can ask us your questions with the hashtag AskNASA. This one comes from Tiffany, who wants to know what time the hatch will be open tomorrow. Our hatch coverage, our coverage of the hatch opening will begin at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, and we expect to see the hatch opening around 11:45 a.m. Eastern. We'll also have some welcome remarks by the crew on board, so make sure you tune in here on NASA TV. International Space Station and Boeing flying just 10 meters apart from each other, about 260 miles over Mexico. Again, we are in a hold point, that 10-meter mark, and we expect to see that resume around 6:53 p.m. Central Time or 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time. That's constantly under review. We want to make sure that the station has good signal with the ground and with Starliner, so that time may change, but we're looking for that target time.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for update to planned FAI.
Go ahead.
Farmer, the planned FAI time will be 23:57. That will get us past a TDRS handover and ensure good solid comm.
Okay, copy that. New FAA time of 2357. Thanks.
Good read.
And just as I was mentioning, the final approach initiation will begin at a now shifted time of 23:57 GMT, the time used aboard the International Space Station. So we're less than 30 minutes away from that final approach initiation now. We expect the docking to come just after 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Pacific, or 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central. All right, as we continue monitoring this hold, Starliner being 10 meters away from the forward Harmony port on the International Space Station. We are, as I mentioned, continuing to watch everything moving pretty smoothly here from the International Space Station flight control room, and Starliner is holding steady at that point. To keep us moving through the evening, I'm going to send you back over to the Starliner flight control room across the hall with Steve and Gary.
Thank you very much, Leah. Great update. That word again, coming up on the timing. Coming up on the timing adjustment. As we've mentioned, there's a lot of flexibility in this timeline, and radioing the crew of the ISS that we are looking at. Final approach initiation burn at 6:57 p.m. Central Time, 7:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to put us at a docking time of 7:01 p.m. Central Time, 8:01 p.m. Eastern. So from the current 10-meter hold point that you see there on your screen, it'll take 4 minutes for Starliner once that.
Houston Space Ground 2 for timeline updates.
Station.
Yeah, I just want to point out the Node 2 entry activity, the no exercise activity, and the maneuver after docking, they will, of course, shift with the new docking time, and those are on the crew band.
Okay, copy all. We're tracking that stuff. Thank you.
And you just heard they of course, this is not the only thing on their timeline, and during the docking operations, during dynamic operations, they try to minimize vibrations on the International Space Station environment as much as possible, to make sure that the docking of Starliner to the station is as smooth as possible. So there is a constraint on their timeline on when the crew members inside the International Space Station can exercise. Of course, Lindgren and Hines are very busy with the monitoring operations. They're taking a look, and they have reported that the Starliner is doing a very good job at station keeping, meaning staying really and holding at that 10-meter hold point. But the rest of the crew members on board are in a pre-sleep or sleep period, and they have the ability to exercise if required.
Jessica and CST prepack.
With you on 2.
Hey, Jessica, we estimate you have about 45 minutes left of CST pre-pack. The good news is we are going to schedule you a block tomorrow to finish that up so you can enjoy the rest of the rendezvous and dock.
Okay, I copy that there's about 45 minutes left. The only remaining steps that I'm tracking are just the step 9 at the end that involves going into GEM and Columbus, which are obviously closed up at this moment.
Okay, that is good info. Thank you, Jessica.
And we have another question that's come in from Ask NASA, from Richard. It appears there are 2 objects at the top doghouse that wave back and forth from time to time. What are those? We've been getting this question a lot, so let's take that on. It is really simple. They're rain covers that are over each thruster. When the rocket is there at the launch pad, we put those covers over them, and it protects them. And as soon as most of them fall away during ascent, during just the aerodynamic forces. So it is that's what normally happens. In this case, the covers stuck around a little bit longer to make this trip. So the fluttering that you're seeing is caused by the thrusters firing. They are very small thrusters, and they're just performing little maintenance burns, we call them, basically keeping Starliner in its position in this 10-meter hover. So little thin sheets of plastic, keeping everything together as it heads out, and that's all there is to that story, I guess.
5.04 and 6.04. The filler material can be a mix of bubble wrap, foam.
So as we're looking at Starliner hovering here at the 10-meter hold point.
Okay, copy. That helps a lot. Thanks.
We are seeing the graphic and the representation there as Starliner continues to hold. So a quick recap on our expected times coming up for final approach initiation. That's going to start at 6:57 p.m. Central Time, and then Starliner will move ahead at a very steady, very deliberate pace, and go those last 10 meters to the forward port of the International Space Station with a contact time of 7:01 p.m. Central Time, 8:01 Eastern Time. That adjustment was made because it gives the spacecraft and the space station, gets them a little bit past the point of what is called a TDRS handover. The spacecraft communicate with the ground through NASA's TDRS system, telemetry and data relay satellite system. And there's basically a series of communication satellites in geosynchronous orbit more than 22,000 miles above Earth, and they relay, just like their name implies, they relay data from the spacecraft in Earth orbit down to the ground. So in order to have the Starliner and International Space Station on a Good luck there with the TDRS. They decided to hold off the docking for a few minutes, which is positioning us just fine. And there's plenty of flexibility and plenty of chances to get this done this evening.
As the International Space Station and Starliner fly over the Earth, they hand over the communications between some of the tracking and data relay satellites that provide some of the video that you've been seeing from low Earth orbit. Right now we are in a handover period, so we'll be regaining some of those views from the cameras outside of the International Space Station here very shortly. In the meantime, the Starliner continuing to hold at that 10-meter point. We're waiting for good lighting conditions and an evaluation and a go to proceed for docking. Right now we're targeting contact with the International Space Station shortly after 7 p.m. And that 7 p.m. is Central Time. All right, as we continue to hold here for the next few minutes up until that FAI, that final approach initiation, that's the burn that's going to push us in for a docking, we'll continue to monitor hashtag AskNASA for additional questions. So keep sending them in. We're getting a lot of good ones to help us understand the Starliner story on OFT2, Orbital Flight Test 2. This next one's from Jordan, who's asking mostly about the docked phase. What else will the Starliner do while attached to the International Space Station? Well, being that this is a flight test, really this is the first flight of the Starliner to the International Space Station, but it is a test through and through. We've been seeing a lot of demonstrations of the Starliner's capabilities up through this point. We've seen commanded holds, we've seen a test of some of the abort engines, a test of it being able to maintain attitude in a hold position, testing of the Vestas system and space-to-space commanding, the whole lot. But the testing does not stop once it's docked to the International Space Station. The flight control teams will continue to check out its connection with the International Space Station, verifying good communication, data, power paths as it makes umbilical mating to draw power and connect some of those communications. They'll be testing out the various systems, including its quiescent phase, what it will be like when it's docked for long periods of times, as its main objective is for long-duration crew missions to bring crews up to the International Space Station. There's also about 500 pounds of NASA cargo and 300 pounds of Boeing cargo inside. They'll be able to take some of those goodies and bring them inside the International Space Station. Starliner will also be bringing some equipment home, including some nitrogen oxygen recharge system tanks for refurbishment so they can be reflown at a later time. So the crew, the Starliner is expected to be docked to station for a minimum of 5 days to allow proper testing, to allow cargo transfer, enough time for all of those items to be executed before it undocks and returns to Earth. Very good questions. Keep sending them in using the hashtag AskNASA.
One of the other questions that we're hearing from a little bit is on this graphic display. What does the red squiggly line show? That is, we've been using the word hover. Starliner is hovering at that 10-meter point. That's basically just the trace that the Starliner is making at that 10-meter hold point, holding it pretty well. Through orbital mechanics, there's a natural tendency to pull down in relation to that white line there, and the thrusters on Starliner periodically fire and move it up a little bit closer. But Starliner is in the corridor exactly where it needs to be, 10 meters away from the International Space Station. It is holding here until 6:57 p.m. Central Time. That's in about 11 minutes from now. And then it'll fire some other thrusters and start a slow move in to cover that last 10 meters. It'll take 4 minutes to do that, and that's going to bring us up to a contact time of 7:01 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston Space to Ground 2 for FAI.
Go for station.
The Starliner team is working on a small issue with the NDS system, and so we are going to assess that, and we'll get back to you on a new FAI time. While I have you, though, wanted to sync up with you that we wanted to confirm that in step 7 of 1.102, I want to confirm you completed the capture review at the end of that step.
And copy the capture review. That is in work at this time, and we'll call you back when we're done.
Sounds good. Thanks.
And you heard that call going up to the International Space Station crew, outlining that flight controllers are looking at the docking system on Starliner. There'll be an adjusted final approach initiation time, and that will bring, of course, an adjusted contact time as well. And we're getting details on the docking system. Flight controllers reporting to Flight Director at Van Zeiss that the docking ring is extended. Flight controllers basically looking at the steps they will take as after Starliner makes contact, since that docking ring is already extended, and it will be retracted to complete the docking of Starliner.
station, Houston Space Ground 2 for docking status.
Rover station.
Farmer, I wanted to let you know that a few of the NDS components did not go to the an intended config. Therefore, we need to retract the docking ring to reset the system. We're expecting that to take about 30 minutes. We will come back to you with a new FAI time.
Okay, copy that. 30 minutes to retract the ring and then re-extend it. And just confirm we're happy holding at 10 meters while we do all the troubleshooting.
Copy. Thanks.
So you heard that report from the International Space Station Capcom. Rob Hayhurst communicating up to NASA astronaut Bob Hines. He's with Kjell Lindgren. They're inside the International Space Station right now monitoring Starliner as it holds at the 10-meter point. The NASA docking system, the NDS, retracted its ring fully. They were checking out some of the systems, but there are some that still need to be verified. So the teams here, after some discussion, elected to retract the ring. They're going to go ahead and pull that back in and then reset the system to try again. That process is expected to take 30 minutes. And
Space station on 2. ISS crew is ready for final approach monitoring and capture review is complete.
Houston copies. Thanks for the words.
And the space station crew, of course, sticking with it, making sure that they are continuing their task of monitoring Starliner's approach. The Starliner, again, is holding at 10 meters. They're planning on retracting the NASA docking system ring to reset the system, and that is expected to take up to 30 minutes. The back end of the flight final approach initiation window is expected to be on sort of the assessment time, so we'll be targeting a new window. We'll assess the next opportunity to push in for a docking, making sure that Starliner and its systems are all good before we press in for that docking. And we'll get back to report that as soon as we have more information on the new window time.
Flight controllers reporting that the ring is retracting. As you heard there on the call to the station, this is a step that'll take about 30 minutes. So they're assessing the new times for final approach initiation and contact.
For those just tuning in, the Starliner is holding at 10 meters. The teams have decided to retract the NASA docking system. The ring that was extended is now retracted to allow them to reset the system, and the teams are looking at the docking system. Teams are now evaluating the next opportunity to push in for docking. And we expect to be reporting that soon.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for FAI time.
With you on 2.
Shall we have been able to extend out the latest FAI time for this opportunity to 0042, which is about 37 minutes from now. We do expect that the NDS system is going to be in a good config prior to that. So we will be coming to you a little bit before we initiate the approach, but we do expect to make this window.
Okay, that sounds great. So FAI time stretched out to 0042, so within 37 minutes we can expect to start approach.
That's the plan.
Okay, sounds great. We're standing by.
So you heard their words up to the crew. We're looking at a final approach initiation burn at 7:42 p.m. Central Time. That would put first contact 4 minutes later, 7:46 p.m. Central Time. This is being done while the flight team works with the docking system that is on Starliner. After having the docking ring extended, they've retracted it, and they are going to re-extend it. The process takes about 30 minutes, so that's this one, and basically puts that ring is what extends from Starliner and allows the connection to the docking port on the forward port of this International Space Station. It's a very short extension, and basically allows the vibrations or any other motion of the spacecraft to dampen out. Then it retracts. It's kind of a set of springs and shock absorbers. It retracts and allows the Starliner to complete its connecting process with the International Space Station. So again, we're looking at a final approach initiation burn at 7:42 p.m. Central Time. docking 4 minutes later at 7:46 p.m. At this point, Starliner continues to hover at the point where it's about 10 meters from the International Space Station. It is inside the approach corridor where it's supposed to be. And you can see from some of the graphics there that the small thrusters on Starliner are making little maintenance burns, just little pulses to keep Starliner in position at that 10-meter hold point.
You're getting a look at the Starliner flight director, Ed Van Cise. To his right is the Starliner Capcoms. They're here to learn about the processes and understand the decision-making that's happening in this room so they can relay it to future crews on board Starliner. You have Neil Nagata there as well as Butch Wilmore, who will be inside the Starliner vehicle for the crewed flight test. To Van Cise's left is Pooja Jasrani, another flight director here, also monitoring Starliner systems. Teams here, they are actively discussing some of the next steps and making sure that we're good to go. We're targeting the end of this docking window opportunity. So the final approach initiation burn we're currently targeting is 7:42 p.m. Central Time. That'll push us in for a docking a few minutes later.
And Rendezvous officer just reported to flight director that Demo 3, which is a series of Vesta demonstrations, have been completed. So while Starliner holds here at the 10-meter point, the sensors on the nose of Starliner have done exactly what they're supposed to do. There's actually the Demo 3 there's a four-part series of readings and demonstrations that Vesta has taken part in, going all the way back to the TPI burn, which is the terminal phase initiation, and more at the inbound fly around, and completing it, just completing it here while Starliner's at the 10-meter point. That doesn't have anything to do with the docking ring, but it is a demonstration of those sensors.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
1-2.
Good news, the NDS troubleshooting was successful. The ground is in the process of re-extending the ring. We are expecting to make this window.
All right, that's great news. We're standing by.
And good news going up to the crew that the docking ring troubleshooting has succeeded. It's looking good. So the crew on the International Space Station has been advised that we will make this window. That means we are pressing forward to the final approach initiation burn at 7:42 p.m. Central Time, which will lead to a contact time 4 minutes later, 7:46 p.m. Central Time. In the meantime, getting more great views of Starliner, and as it hovers there just away from the International Space Station. MPO reports that the docking ring is extending. MPO controller is short for mechanical and power officer. So she is reporting that the docking ring is extended, and then that's gonna otherwise keep us in position for a final approach initiation burn. Again, our schedule is for 7:42 p.m. Central Time. Starliner, in the meantime, is at 10 meters away from the forward port of the International Space Station. MPO reports that the ring has been extended and is ready for capture.
Station Houston, space to ground 2. Houston is go for final approach. Stand by for final approach initiation call.
Station copies go for final approach and standing by.
And you heard there the crew being advised that the teams are go for final approach.
All right, the teams here are talking through. There is an opportunity to execute the final approach initiation much earlier than anticipated to beat a 7-minute handover, or a handover in 7 minutes. We can expect the teams, they're talking about it now, to go ahead and execute that maneuver. And they just did. Final approach initiation has been commenced.
Station Houston on 2. Starliner final approach has begun. Perform steps 8 and 9 in 1.102.
Station copies. We see approach to docking port for the vehicle mode, steps 8 and 9 in work.
Starliner inside 10 meters. And on the move, 0.04 meters per second. It'll take 4 minutes to close this distance of what is now less than 9 meters to the International Space Station's forward port. Imagery we're seeing coming from one of the external cameras on the ISS. Just shifted the views. Now watching Starliner make its final approach. Docking ring extended. Seven meters away from the forward port. Estimated contact, a little bit more than 2 minutes. Crossing 2 minutes to contact right now. Starliner continuing to close in on the International Space Station at a distance of 5.3 meters, closing in at 0.05 meters per second. Alternating views between the International Space Station and the Starliner sensors themselves as they close in on the forward port of the Harmony module. Starliner looking to connect to the international docking adapter there at the forward end of Harmony. Docking ring extended. You can see some of the separation coming in with that inner ring. Those three pedals will inside 4 meters. One minute to contact. Inside 3 meters. Quiet in the control room. Starliner continuing to close in. Two meters, Starliner coming 2 meters to the International Space Station. One meter to docking, less than 20 seconds. Press to dock. Contact, capture.
Soft capture confirmed.
Copy. Station showing good soft capture.
Boeing Starliner spacecraft completes its historic first docking to the International Space Station, opening a new avenue of access for crews to the orbiting laboratory.
That docking time comes at 7:28 p.m. Central Time. The International Space Station was 271 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean with the Starliner attached to its forward port.
Cheers all around the control room after that docking by Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The docking is not complete. It's the docking ring that was extended will have to be retracted to complete the capture. Right now it's a soft capture. Starliner connected to the forward port of the International Space Station. Flight controllers working through their methodical approach to complete the docking, to complete all the connections between the Starliner and the International Space Station's forward port. That docking time came at 7:28 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston Space to Ground 2 for Node 2 hatches.
Go for station.
You are go to open the port and starboard hatches.
Station copies. We are go to open port and starboard hatches, Node 2. Didn't work.
Good read.
Again, that's a soft capture at 7:28 p.m. They still have to retract the ring and pull the spacecraft into the International Space Station for a sequence for a hard dock, and we'll stand by for that. In the meantime, the crew on the inside of the space station has closed the hatches to the Japanese module and the European module. They'll go ahead and open those that needed to be closed as a flight requirement for the docking phase. So they'll open those up while we wait for the sequence to proceed through hard docking.
MPO reports the ring is aligned.
And you can see it physically. The NASA docking system ring that's on board the Boeing Starliner is retracting. You can see the spacecraft itself get closer to the International Space Station. In the meantime, the space station's attitude control systems themselves have been configured to allow for this hard dock sequence. They have to be in a certain configuration.
Thrusters are disabled for hard mate.
Copy. Thrusters disabled for hard mate.
And that configuration, of course.
NDS has been working great, so no issues.
Sounds great. Good to hear.
Good reports on the thruster configuration. That's the attitude control of the International Space Station. That's in a good configuration, and they're reporting that the Boeing Starliner's docking system is performing as expected. You can see the ring retraction, which is close to complete. We'll get confirmation of that soon as we go close to the hard dock sequence to mate Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station.
MPO reporting that the first set of hooks are closing. There are two sets of hooks that will close to complete this docking process. The first set of 6 and then a second set of 6. So right now they're working on that first set. Once those hooks are connected, there's a couple of umbilicals reaching from Starliner that will connect to the International Space Station. Those will be data and electrical transmission. All 6 hooks on Gang 1 are closed. Next up, we'll be closing the second set of hooks. And Starliner Mission Control Center this saw the first docking to the International Space Station by the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Of course, the controllers and those in the viewing room behind us cheered that historic first. And over in the ISS flight control room, there was a audience at least as interested in everything that's been happening today. And for that perspective, over to Leah Cheshire.
Thanks, Steve. That's right. Everyone here is pretty happy to see the Boeing Starliner arrive at the International Space Station, docking to that Node 2 Harmony port. And this is the first time that we have both commercial Crew partners dock to the International Space Station at the same time. So a really cool sight to have both Crew Dragon and Starliner there. So teams are continuing to monitor as those hooks drive to firmly secure Starliner to the space station. And it takes about 10 minutes for that hard mate to be secured. Now, the solar arrays on the International Space Station side will be maneuvered back to their previous configuration after having been feathered, which means they are oriented and protecting them from any inadvertent impacts from the vehicle, like the thruster firings that we saw during that hold and as it approached the vehicle. Later on, they will pressurize the vestibule, which is the space between the station hatch, which was exposed to space previously, and Starliner's hatch. But now that Starliner has arrived, the crew has to wait until tomorrow for hatch opening, but you can watch live starting at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's moving pretty smoothly here in Mission Control Houston as those hooks continue to drive, but to carry us through the rest of that process and to keep us up to date with the latest on Starliner, sending it back to you and Gary over there in the Starliner Flight Control Room. Thanks for joining us here in Mission Control Houston, and that'll wrap it up for me tonight.
All right, thank you, Leah. We are continuing to monitor the Starliner's hard dock to the International Space Station. Good reports from the space station side, going back to nominal attitude control. Of course, there are 6 hooks that are keeping the Starliner secured to the International Space Station right now. To complete a hard capture, there has to be a second, what's called a gang of hooks. So that's another 6. There's a period in between the closing of each hooks for an assessment before they go ahead and continue to drive those hooks for secure docking to the International Space Station. We're just standing contact and soft capture time, where the Starliner spacecraft made contact with the International Space Station. At the time, the station and Starliner were traveling 271 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, just south off the coast of Australia.
Station Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Starliner. We're currently in the process of driving the second gang of hooks.
Space Station copies. Good news.
Second set of hooks driving now. To complete that connection, 6 have already closed. 6 more. 6 more moving into position now. MPO reports all of the second gang of 6 hooks are closed. That completes all 12 hooks being closed. Meaning that Starliner is fully connected to the International Space Station docking port. The umbilicals will be extended momentarily to connect the video and electrical networks, the data and electrical networks between Starliner and the International Space Station. MPO confirms hard docking complete. Ed Van Cise has moved Starliner to dock mode. Another first.
That's applause you hear.
Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Starliner.
Go for station.
Hard mate is complete. ISS thrusters are enabled, and we can welcome Starliner to ISS.
That's great news. Thank you to Rob. Thank you, Rob. Thank you to the entire ops team for some great work tonight. To the joint Boeing and NASA team, the crew of Expedition 67 would like to offer our congratulations on this momentous occasion. Today marks a great milestone towards providing additional commercial access to low Earth orbit, sustaining the ISS, and enabling NASA's goal of returning humans to the Moon and eventually to Mars. Great accomplishments in human spaceflight are long remembered by history. Today will be no different. So to Starliner, its commander, Rosie the Rocketeer, and all the men and women who poured their hearts and souls into this vehicle and this mission, welcome to the International Space Station.
Great words, Farmer. Thank you so much for all your great work today.
Thank you guys as well. Have a good night.
And Station Starliner Control Center here. Thank you for the great words. We are happy to be there and looking forward to a great mission.
And likewise, and Starliner is looking beautiful on the front of station.
We love it too.
And Station Houston, Space Ground 2, one more activity for you when you're ready to copy.
Okay, station ready, copy.
Yeah, if you can verify the node 2 port and starboard hatches are open, you can perform step 2 of 1.301. That's the uncrewed CST 100 post-docking link checks and ingress, and then hold for step 3.
Okay, copy that. The hatches are open, and we're go for step 2 of 1.301.
Good read.
Some congratulatory words all around. You see some handshakes here in the Starliner mission control room. Flight Director Ed Van Cise, after some of the communications you heard between Bob Hines aboard the International Space Station, the International Space Station Capcom Rob Hayhurst, as well as Neil Nagata that you see here as the Starliner Capcom. You heard some of the congratulatory words up to space. Van Cise addressing the teams here in the Starliner mission control room, congratulating them for the hard work that it's taken to get to this moment. You've seen handshakes, you've heard applause in this room. A very momentous occasion here in Mission Control Houston.
And congratulations among all of the Boeing team as well, Boeing and NASA working together on this whole mission, on this whole program, of course, to get Starliner in this position, launched up into orbit, and now connected to the International Space Station.
1.301.
Go ahead, Joe.
I understand we are go in 2.1 to uncap the node 2 forward MFEF.
Joe, you are go.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. You are looking at a live view from the International Space Station of the Boeing CST-100 Starliner, officially docked to the ISS after a few little delays, but Starliner made it. Hard capture confirmed. The 12 bolts and the umbilicals have all been driven and connected, and Starliner is locked onto the ISS. Now, they don't get the excitement of opening the hatch just yet. Hatch opening will begin tomorrow morning, and we will be live for that. We're going to stay live as long as NASA provides these feeds here, so if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat. Just tag us at the launch pad, and we'll be answering those live. But here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And if you like space, make sure you've hit that subscribe button. Here at TLP, we cover all the launches, dockings, undockings, and splashdowns, the press events, the special events, and we bring you exclusive interviews as well, and we have a bunch of those coming your way very, very soon. But we really believe that space is better together. That's why we invite you to join our Discord. It's totally free to do so. The link's there in the chat. We've got a bunch of people hanging out in live comms right now, asking questions and watching as this docking went underway. And if you want to follow along with all space as it happens, follow us over on Twitter. That's where we live tweet updates as they happen, breaking news some of the time as well, and follow us there. But let's listen back in as it looks like some people were taking some photos in front of the screens. Looks like maybe the Boeing team now joining the NASA team in the one mission control room now that docking has been completed. You can see some excitement there after a long awaited time. Boeing Starliner at the International Space Station. For the first time in the ISS's history, 2 different American spacecraft are docked to the station, and a total of 5 spacecraft are at ISS today. Starliner, Crew Dragon, Soyuz, Progress, and Cygnus all docked around the station, and a crew of 7 on board. Crew, I'm sure, very excited to open the hatch and get to work, as Starliner is only scheduled to be docked for 5 days. They're going to offload 800 pounds of cargo, load up another 600 pounds, and then bring Starliner home. But let's listen back in to NASA Mission Control as we start to conclude our live coverage of the first ever Starliner rendezvous and docking.
Put forward the hard work to make this moment possible. Starliner docked with the International Space Station at 7:28 p.m. Central Time. Lots of smiles, congratulations, and handshakes. It's certainly a busy room. For our coverage, we are nearing the end of our coverage now that the Starliner itself has hard docked to the International Space Station. However, we are going to follow up our coverage with a teleconference. If you'd like to monitor the teleconference, we're planning to start that at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. You can follow that on nasa.gov/live, and if you are media and would like to participate in that conference, please reach out to the media contacts identified for the NASA teams, and we'll get you the right contact information. So from the NASA side, Steve, that's it for me. This was a very momentous occasion, and of course there's a lot of well-deserved celebration in this room that's occurring right now. It's a very exciting time to be a part of it.
Big day, very exciting day, wonderful day here. You're seeing there, like you said, some of the people from Boeing and from NASA. They've all been working very hard to reach this milestone. Thank you to everyone who's joined us this evening. And shared in this rendezvous and docking. It's really something that a lot of people are not going to forget. It all takes teamwork, and of course that's really what we're seeing today. You mentioned Gary, hatch open tomorrow, and so everybody will be back in for that. And in the meantime, we are going to say thank you to everyone for listening in today and for watching our coverage. And go Starliner, go ISS, and we will see you all tomorrow.
And you are looking at live views at NASA Mission Control as teams celebrate a successful docking of Starliner to the International Space Station for the very first time. And there we go, NASA wrapping up their live coverage on the screen there. Now you can't actually see the Starliner docked on station on our live views there, as it's hidden behind that big silver module of the ISS, but it is there, and it is docked, and they have had a successful mission so far up to the ISS, and we are going to conclude our live docking coverage here today. Again, here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and you've been watching our live docking coverage of the Boeing Starliner. Now, this isn't it. There's still more to the OFT-2 mission that needs to be completed. They still have to bring Starliner home. Starliner expected to stay on station for the next 5 days, and then it will begin its journey back down to Earth, so we hope you'll join us for that. Tomorrow we will be live to bring you coverage of the hatch opening and welcome ceremony of the Starliner. Now, there's no crew on board, but they are still going to perform a welcome ceremony for that, so we hope you'll join us for that. We are going to carry the press conference following this docking as a separate stream. So if you want to see that, make sure you've hit subscribe. That stream will go live here shortly. That conference expected to get underway in about 30 minutes from now. But that's going to do it for us here at the from here in the TLP Network studios. Make sure you followed us over on Twitter to make sure you never miss space news as it happens. Join us on Discord if you want to be part of an awesome space community. And if you want to get some awesome space gear, head on over to the TLP shop. The links are all into the description there. I want to say a huge thank you to all of our moderators, to Joe, to Marcus, to to Widow, to everyone that's been on today. I know Widow and Joe were on a huge portion of the day, and super appreciate your guys' work helping make this community a safe place for people to ask questions and participate. But that is going to do it. Starliner is at the International Space Station, and we're going to wrap up from the TLP Network Studios. This is Zach signing off. We'll see you later for the post-docking coverage teleconference of Starliner. See you next time. Bye-bye.